I'm going to give you a... Oh, so where's the clicker? There's the clicker. So this is the book. Got very famous. That's the one thing you can say. It started the growth debate, and it did not manage to stop the growth debate, by saying that sustainable development is the only solution. The sound man, can I do like this without... Huh? Oh, I see, so I can take it away. Oh, fabulous. Then I can even read or see. Beautiful. I'm doing a structured presentation because otherwise, as you know, I can speak endlessly about anything. So what I'm going to do, that's stupid that the thing is too high, but okay. So I'm going to answer 5 questions, I'm going to answer 5 questions and then I'm going to make one statement. So first, what did the limits to growth actually say? Secondly, what has happened during the last 50 years? Third, what will happen during the next 50 years? 4, will there be global collapse? Which is, of course, one of the central concepts in all of this. And 5, how can we stop the decline in well-being, which I forecast over the next 50 years. And then, after having presented the solution, I'll conclude and saying that this is difficult, particularly in liberal democratic societies, and it is still doable in principle. So, question number 1. What did the limits to growth say? So 50 years ago, my friends and I wrote this little book. And the little book contained 12 scenarios. Sorry, I should say one other thing. I'm using a number of graphs in this presentation. For those of you who like graphs like the one here, enjoy it. For those who hate graphs, which is 90% of any audience, listen to what I say. I'm not going to point to them or anything. They're just there for those of you who like dynamics of systems and follow things over time. There's always time along the horizontal axis, in these graphs. So the limits to growth contained 12 scenarios for world development from 1970 to the year 2100. 6 of the scenarios of the Limits to Growth book were sad scenarios where something went wrong in the 21st century. Either there was too little food or too little resources or too much pollution or too many people. Something physically went wrong, thereby making happiness and populations in extreme case decline. So they look like this, the red line, being the population disappearing or at least halving itself, declining in the second half of this century. 6 of the scenarios of the limits to growth were happier scenarios where humanity managed to achieve a certain degree of sustainability in the 21st century. The interesting thing, in 1972, when we published the book, we did not know enough to be able to tell which of the 12 scenarios was the most likely. And actually, science did not know at the time which was the most likely. So the only thing we could do was to make the obvious recommendation that please, mankind, stay away from the collapse scenarios. It's much better to try to shoot through and try to get into some level of sustainability. The concept didn't exist at the time. It was called equilibrium, which makes people hate us, but it's the same idea. Trying to organize one planet living, trying to organize so that everyone has a relatively stable and happy life. So, in order for those that have a hard time following, so this is now the conclusion after the first 5 slides. I've learned that that's a good idea to try to summarize for people what I'm trying to say. So what I'm basically saying is that the limits to growth its main message was that it warned against the possibility of overshoot and collapse in the 21st century. It pointed to the fact that it is possible for humanity to increase its numbers and its physical impact, its resource use and its emissions in tons per year to such an extent that you are in non-sustainable territory. And then once you are there, you can't stay there for hundreds of years. So you will be forced down either by the forces of nature or by managed decline. You know, that humanity decides, like the IPCC, that we are now going to try to draw down the annual damage that we're causing to the environment. The interesting thing, and I repeat this because at least for you 50 years later, it ought to be possible to understand that all the controversy between limits and the rest of the world, and particularly the economists, relate to the confusion about my second point there. You know, the limits to growth spoke about the growth in the human footprint measured in tons per year. This is the resource use, it's the destruction of the forest, it is the emissions of pollutants, etc. It did not talk about value, which is GDP. GDP is dollars per year. The GDP increases when I give very expensive talks in exchange for wonderful paintings. And we can give better and better talks, and we can make wonderfuler and wonderfuler pictures. So GDP growth is totally irrelevant in the discussion of physical growth on a physically finite planet. This message we are not able to get through at all, even at this point in time when I discuss with my other 77-year-old economist friends of the neoliberal type of, or neoclassical macro types, they are unable to understand this difference between the physical reality and the monetized version of this thing. Formerly I thought it was our inability to communicate that was the problem. Now, of course, I understand that we have the standard situation that if your income depends on you not understanding something, you will never understand that. And this goes for most of the people on the surface of the earth who are either in business or are short-term voters that would like, not to have to pay taxes, or if you are a macroeconomist, a professor at the University of Oslo, in the macroeconomics department. Sorry, and now even in my school, I was not the director for 1 year. Actually, I survived 8 years in this position. And now we have the most wonderful, old-fashioned financial economy and macroeconomics department also at my school, teaching the wrong. So that's good. And so I added the third, widely misinterpreted as speaking about growth in GDP. If people had understood what we said, the book would never have become famous. So we are, of course, grateful for the fact that it gave us fame. It didn't, save the world, but we got famous. Then, question number 2. What has happened since? And luckily now there exists scientific literature which has tried to compare developments over the last 50 years with the scenarios of limits. So the most famous one by Gaia Harrington, this wonderful lady at Harvard, she has taken 4 of the scenarios, chosen 4 of the 12. These are the colored graphs. And then she has superposed on this, in the white part, which is the part from 1990 onwards, she has superposed the black dots, which is what actually has happened. And I'll show you 5 of these things. So this is for the population. So it says, it's okay. Can you read the top? Although it's half cut, so it says fine. So basically the message is that we wrote the book where the gray stuff basically stops, and then made the scenarios, which are the colored graphs, and then you can afterwards have a look and see what happened to the actual population. And you see the actual population followed the average of our scenarios very exactly. There were 3.5 billion people on the surface of the Earth when I gave my first talk. We passed 6 billion as forecast in the year 2000, and we're now at 7.9 billion. So we have more than doubled while I've been speaking and speaking and speaking and speaking, and no one has listened except a few highly educated and women in the rich countries. Actually, quite a few of the because fertility rates are of course coming down like a stone all over the world. So, fine. So, population, yes. What has happened is that the world has followed the limits to growth. Then you do the same thing for industrial output, which was the closest measure to GDP in the model. And you see once more, the black line is essentially following the history this far. Of course, we still have the more exciting part of the future to the right in the graph, and we haven't gotten there. You do the same thing with pollution. This is emissions. There are two types of emissions here. The one is on plastics waste, and the lower one is on CO2 emissions. And again, you see the general idea that the world has followed the general idea of limits to growth. You take resource use. This is the remaining amount of coal, oil, and gas in the world. It is going down, but we still have a huge amount of coal, oil, and gas. So resource crises are not a problem at this point in time. And then, interestingly, we even have a welfare index in at least the later editions of the Limits book. And you see how the Human Development Index, in this case, has been growing, just like forecast in the Limits to Growth book. And interestingly, with the stagnation, that's where you finally see some kind of a beginning of a problem in the aggregate data. Conclusion at this point in time is the following: the limits to growth has been surprisingly correct during the first 50 years. The world has overshot. We are in non-sustainable territory. And this is best illustrated by the climate situation, where we are now. So we have increased emissions, to the extent that we're now emitting into the atmosphere twice as much CO2 as is being absorbed every year in the oceans and in the forests of the world. That the remaining half remains in the atmosphere, and as long as we keep doing this, the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere goes up, and when the concentration goes up, the temperature goes up. And this is going to continue not only until we stop growing the emissions. We have to draw the emissions all the way down to zero before the concentration levels off. And so we are solidly in overshoot, but we have not yet seen collapse. The world has not collapsed during the last 50 years, at least not a global collapse caused by environmental reasons. So that leads to the next interesting question. What will happen during the next 50 years? So we know what happened during the first 50 years, what happens during the next 50. And this is what I have been working on for the last 10, 15 years. The various books that Erik mentioned are reports written or books written during the last 12 years. I think I've made 4. Talking about what will actually happen when you are so stupid that you don't listen to what Jørgen is saying. That's the general idea. So I don't think people will listen, and consequently it is possible to forecast what will happen. Of course, I don't want this to happen, but this is what I, as a scientist, believe will happen. So we are working now on the 50-year anniversary book. So we're making a new limits to growth book, a new computer model. What was interesting about the limits to growth was that it was a model-based analysis. So it had a quantitative dynamic model as its core, as something that kept our thinking straight, avoided inconsistencies in the system. So we're now making a new one. And so in September, we will launch the 50-year anniversary book in umpteen countries at the same time as a book model-based. We have been working on this for several years. Here is the new standard run. This is the most likely future, the way I see it. We call it too little too late because it is, of course, a scenario, and it is actually also what we would like to avoid. So we will be happy if we are proven wrong. So what is going to happen? And I'll just talk through some. These are 5 or 6 of the, call it 200 variables that exist in the model system. So the model system is very much more complex than this seems to indicate. But then this is already beyond the capacity of most people to absorb. So what is going to happen on the population side? What will happen in our view is that the population is going to continue growing, but it will peak around 2050. So already in 20 years, we will see the population starting to decline. It will not decline because of lack of food or because of pollution. It is going to decline because richer women have fewer children. So the continued GDP expansion is going to, solve the population problem for us. On the GDP side, on the economic activity side, we will see continued growth in value, over this period, but at a slower rate because it is observed and scientifically provable that the growth rate of economies decline as they get richer, as more and more of the labor force moves from agriculture, manufacturing, construction, into administration, and then into care. The rate of labor productivity growth slows. And this that's what's seen, that the United States grows at 0.5% a year, being the richest thing. Europe, perhaps 1%. China, still at 4 or 5. They were at 10 or 7 in the past when they were really poor. And so this shift is going to happen in the world, which means that the long-term GDP growth rate is going to decline. Still, the GDP per person is going to go up, the blue line. And so people at the end of the century are going to be roughly as rich as half of us. So we are, Norway is, of course, extreme in this case. The third thing I want to point to is the gray line. This is the inequality. So this is the income of the rich divided by the income of the poor. So it's a Palma ratio. And inequality has increased in general over the last 40 years, the left-hand part of the thing, and it is going to continue in the most likely scenario because of continued liberalization. This is the weakening of the unions and the weakening of the state, the lowering of taxes is what causes inequality to continue to rise in this system. And then the fourth thing I wanted to mention is that energy use will, of course, increase because you have more people and more activity. But we will see the shift from fossil energy towards renewables. And that thing is happening. It is, however, as you can see from the black line, it's not happening fast enough to avoid warming continuing. And in our most likely scenario, we pass +2 degrees centigrade in 2050. So the top Paris goal is violated already in 2050. And in our model system, we peak at around +2.5 degrees centigrade at the end of the century, which is not global collapse, but very, very negative. That means that all the land ice is gone. It means that the sea level is, 90 centimeters, 3 feet higher than it was in the past. It means that there are droughts, and it means that the productive areas are shifted to where people don't live, etc., etc. So it's really sad. It's something that should have been avoided, but in my mind, will not be avoided. My real problem with this is that the coral reefs, for snorkelers, are already gone, essentially, which is the first real biodiversity catastrophe. And more will come, but we don't think this is going to lead to a total global collapse. For those of you who love curves, I'll just show you what I just spoke about look like, but you're not. So you can then go into the population sector, and you can see the blue line, which is the decline in the number of children per woman. You see the red line, which is the total population, and you see the thin green line, which is the life expectancy. How people get, of course, live longer and longer in the model system because, of course, the GDP grows, which leads to a higher public services, more health, more education, and so you get the whole thing. If you want to look at the GDP part, you see this is the blue line is the total GDP, which passes the roughly $120 trillion per year, which is the current thing, and then doubles or trebles during the rest of this century. This is, again, the value. And you must remember that one reason why the GDP is going to continue to grow is that there is as much GDP in ocean-going wind and CCS and renewable energy and in helping the poor rather than giving the money to the rich. So, the GDP is totally uninteresting, as when you want to discuss long-term activities. You need to talk about people, workers, consumers, physical things, and their physical impact. So it grows, and you see the red line with the 10-year business cycles, the Marx growth cycles. The growth rate comes down from roughly, 5% a year at the beginning and down towards 1 or 2% per year at the end of this thing. And we then come to question number 4. So, will there be collapse? So I made the trite observation that we have not had global collapse during the last 50 years. The interesting question, will we get global collapse during the next 50 years? And as I showed you in our too little too late scenario, we don't get one. So, and if you then look into the possibility of a resource collapse, us running out of coal, oil, and gas, it looks very unlikely at this point in time. Then you can ask the question, will accelerating CO2 emissions actually lead to a sudden collapse of the Amazonian forest or a sudden sea level rise because of Greenland, suddenly melting? If you do, and we spent many years on climate modeling in our group, these things will not happen in 10 years to 30 years. These are on 500 to 5,000 year horizons. So in our mind, we will not get environmentally induced collapse. Could the agricultural system collapse? And the answer is that yes, it can. But the ability of fertilizer to shock and the overuse of food and the overproduction of food at this point in time is so vast that yes, you can a year or 2 or 3 and with horrible hunger, and of course you can have regions which have sustained hunger, but you don't get a situation in our view where you get a food collapse in the world. However, what you do get is the green line. And the green line is our well-being index. That's where we really start now to hammer on the GDP people. So you cannot and should not use GDP, the activity level of the economy, as a success measure. You should ask, what is the well-being of the average working person? Because it's the well-being of that person we're interested in doing something about, not the GDP. In the old days, GDP was useful because it was closely related to income, and since people were poor in this part of the world, it was useful to use the GDP because when it grew, incomes grew. But in the current situation, it is the well-being of people. It is not only, what their disposable income after taxes, it is also how much support do they get from the government. It is also how much environmental pollution is there in the environment. It is also very important the level of inequality in society. And it is the final fifth component that we use in our well-being indicator, which is the green one. It is hope for the future. It's the progress, it's the participation thing. You go to China today and you ask the Chinese, are you happy with the current situation? And they say, 2/3 of them say yes. And then you ask the question, actually you should do it the following way. You ask on a scale from 0 to 10, how happy are you? And then they answer 6 or 7 or something like this. Then you ask, are you better off today than you were 5 years ago? And they say yes. And then you ask the really interesting question, 5 years in the future. What about that? Will you be better off 5 years in the future? And they answer yes. And so the important thing about society is to have a society where the majority of the people think that society is on its right way. It doesn't matter what that direction is, but if they have the feeling, this is well-being. And this is the way in which we have tried to summarize all these very soft issues. So if there is progress in the direction of increasing the well-being, that adds to the well-being. So when we calculate the well-being, you see it grew from 1980 up to 2010. This is, of course, a very, very rough average of the whole world, so it doesn't really mean anything in detail. But we had a general thing that during that period, incomes grew fast enough, and pollution levels were not high enough to start bothering. Inequality was low initially, and so it got worse. And so you see the thing peaks essentially now, 2010, 2020. And then we are, according to our view, facing a situation where global well-being will be declining over the next 30 to 60 years, while the GDP is going up. So there will be the activity level will be high, the rich will be getting richer fast, even the income component of people will go up, but the side effects will be overwhelming. So what we are then basically saying is that this decline in well-being is the real problem of 2020, because this continuing decade after decade of problems not being solved by society or the global society will lead to social tension, stress, frustration, even possibly conflict at the local level. So we are basically saying, as is then summarized hopefully in this one, so unless there is extraordinary action, I forgot to say that the too little, too late scenario, one should say that this is what will happen unless there is truly extraordinary action. Built into the system are the decision mechanisms of the last 40 years, the way we make decisions at the individual, societal, country level is built into that structure. So that leads to the problem. Of course, truly extraordinary action will help and can help. So unless we have this, average well-being will decline towards 2050, and this lack of progress will cause tension and increase the risk of local social collapse. So we're basically saying that what we will see over the next 30 to 60 years is nations failing. And they're not failing because of environmental reasons necessarily. It's much more likely they fail because of unemployment, because of inequality, because of lack of hope. Like the guys that flee now from Ukraine and Afghanistan, where they just give up, trying to do something at home. Ukraine was not a good example. Afghanistan is better. Or Somalia would be another one. Fine. Question 5. And now I'm getting to the Per Espen mode, so now I'm going to smile. So here is the solution. And it's very simple, and how can we stop the decline in well-being? Because if we stop the decline in well-being, we avoid the social tension and the social conflict. And then the first thing you have to do is, of course, to define the well-being index. I've already done this for you, but it's in the slides so that you know. So you have to get a little bit further on the beyond GDP discussion that has now been going on for 30 years, modifying GDP to make it a welfare measure. No, it's not enough. You need to do something like this. And so we have chosen the 5 goals of what is called the Well-Being Alliance of Nations. And these are 5 or so nations at this point in time that have chosen formally to change from GDP as the main measure to well-being being the main measure. So it's disposable income per person after tax, it's the government spending per person, it is the level of inequality, it's the observed global warming, and it's the perceived progress. So put equal weight on the 5, and then you have a much, much more useful guide to policy than if you're just using the value of the transactions during a year, which is the GDP. And so that's the first thing. So you need to have an indicator. And the second thing is that you need to eliminate the rising threats to well-being. And so what are the 5 things that needs to be done? So we have had endless discussions, and the UN has had endless discussions. They ended up with 256 Sustainable Development Goals, which is totally impractical, and particularly because it's also internally inconsistent, it doesn't work. So we try to simplify this at least down to 5 things. Eliminate global poverty, stop climate change, halt biodiversity decline, stop population growth, which is the same as reducing the consumption pressure. There are still vast groups in the West that believe that the solution is voluntary individual consumption decline, which that's nice that someone thinks this. This is a systemic problem. This needs to be solved by the whole system. You cannot rely on individual sacrifice, in a system like this. But please continue to do so because it doesn't hurt, and then the final thing, reduce inequality. And to be then even more Per Espen and more smile, I've indicated to you how simple it is to do those 5 things. So how do you eliminate global poverty? That means how do you do what Laila is doing, international development? We have tried now for the last 50 years, to get the South, moved, and we don't succeed. However, we are in the lucky situation that the Chinese has managed to double the income of 1.4 billion Chinese in 40 years. So at least it can be done. Most people, of course, this is the second way in which I define myself out of the good company. I am a strong supporter of China and its attempt at increasing the well-being of the Chinese population. Most people only say Uyghur, Hong Kong, Spratly Islands. And it's impossible to get to an interesting debate about alternative development methods and the Chinese model, which is to make 5-year plans, print the money that is necessary in order to implement those, give the money to the development banks that then orders the airports and the hospitals and the stuff. And then, since the plan is good, made by intelligent people in the party, it's consistent, they do these 5 years. Again, they don't change their mind on the morning after a 5-year plan has been, clapped in. They start discussing the next 5-year plan. And so these guys have shown that this is possible. But again, sorry for being the... So what I've been told by Per Espen is at this point in time, I should rather point to Costa Rica. Because Costa Rica is also, doing a good job. It's, of course, on a scale which is not consequential for the rest of the world, but they like this much better. And also the deglobalization type of efforts that are going on, where you stop having free trade and rather try to have shorter production chains. So more plan, less market. Stop climate change is totally simple. It's just to stop using coal, oil, and gas. The burning of coal, oil, and gas is 70% of all greenhouse gas emissions. If we stop using, producing, and burning coal, oil, and gas on a linear line from today to zero in 2050, cutting 3% every year, that solves the whole problem. You can do it in the model system, and everything is fine. Oh, that was not mine. I'm glad. So this is replace fossils with wind and sun, increase energy efficiency, and here is interesting, from the model system, you need a huge amount of carbon capture and storage in order to keep the temperature down to plus 2.5 degrees, to keep the temperature below 2 degrees centigrade. Because most of the energy that is being used is heat. It has nothing to do with electricity. And you need for a long, long time to burn things in order to produce the heat. And you need actually, because we have been stupid enough to make the population as big as it is, you need a lot of gas in order to do this. And this gas, if it is burnt without carbon capture and storage, we blow the climate. And so, although my movement, the environmental movement, many thinking people in the concerned sustainable development areas hate carbon capture and storage and sees it as a continuation of the fossil age, the message is that this is absolutely necessary if we're going to keep the temperature below plus 2 degrees centigrade. And then it will be really important in the ensuing several hundred years, where we will hopefully try to draw the temperature back to the type of thing that was in the past. I don't think we're going to do it, but if we wanted to do it, carbon capture and storage is necessary. Sorry for this long one. I do this simply in order to make myself politically totally unacceptable. I'm in favor of population control, I'm in favor of China, and I'm in favor of carbon capture and storage. And I am a 77-year-old environmentalist, science-based activist that has worked for such a long time. So I should be credible, but I am not, because of these three basic beliefs. And I think all those three things are totally essential if we want to solve the problem in time. Fine. How do you halt biodiversity decline? Very simple. You stop cutting the trees. And now we have cut so many of the trees in the world that all the clear-felled areas, you can continue for production of wood. But it should be a dead sentence on cutting an old-growth forest, a biodiverse thing, whether it is in Hedmark or in the Amazonas. So that's the simple thing. You just need to change our agricultural ways so we do not expand into the forest. And we need to do agriculture in a regenerative manner, which adds carbon into the soil instead of doing the modern way. This is doable. Stop population growth. That, luckily, is the only thing we have done well during the last 50 years. This you do by giving all women of the world education, health, contraception, and opportunity. Because women that have all of these things available do not choose to have 3 children. They don't even choose to have 2 children. We know that they end up, like Norway, having 1.5, which is wonderful, which is, And then, of course, the final thing, it should, in many ways, have been at the top, but it's pedagogically much easier to talk about it going down. It is to reduce inequality. And the only way to reduce inequality in a manner that actually matters is to make the rich pay for the higher well-being for the working majority. So you simply increase taxes on the rich, and you use the money to fund the government, so the government can provide health and education and contraception and opportunity and sun and wind and the whole schmear. And then I am getting to the end. I'm sorry if this ended up being too long. you get to the end, and here I show, so if you implement this in the model system, look at the green line, you can create a future world where well-being increases. But, of course, it does take those things. It is possible to achieve rising well-being during this century, but it will require strong collective action paid for by the rich, by higher taxes or unconventional means. The unconventional means is a reference to the Chinese way of doing this, which is that the government just prints the money that is necessary, so they don't have to bother the Chinese with taxes. As long as you do this in an organized manner, you don't get the inflation threat that rich people are worried about. Most people are not worried about inflation because most people's salaries are inflation-proofed. So this is a typical example of how the wealthy, the elite, has been able to form the institutions and the minds in such a way that we're stuck on the growth path. I am essentially done, except that I couldn't resist this one. And then I'm done. So these are my personal conclusions after 50 years, and I'll read them slowly so that you get the time to think. The sustainability problem can be solved using existing technologies. We already have the windmills and the solar panels and the contraception and the whole thing. It does not cost a lot. The cost of doing this is a few % of global income, between 2 and 4, according to most observers, which means that you need to move only 2 to 4% of the labor force from dirty jobs to clean, from making fossil plants to making sun and wind. That's the type of big shift. But the needed action is not profitable from the point of view. So that's the reason why nothing happens, is that it isn't profitable from the market, from the investor point of view, to do this shift. So free markets will not deliver. So we need more regulation, more taxes, and more subsidies to make what the world needs profitable, and more profitable than the alternative. It's difficult to gather democratic majority for such collective governmental action. This is to ask people to vote for parties that are for higher taxes. Even higher taxes on the rich is all you need, and for more regulation. And most people don't want more taxes and more regulation, and consequently, Rasmus and others have a hard time. We won't succeed unless the solution is perceived as fair, which means paid for by the rich minority. And the important point, and there I'll end, the 10% richest people in the world control 50% of the income. We need between 2 and 4% of total income to pay for the solution. We just ask those guys that already receive 50% of the income to pay to us the 2 to 4%. So it means increasing taxes on the rich of the order of 5%. The income taxes of the rich would solve the whole problem. I'm very pleased that you have not fell asleep. I'm very happy that you have not, at least expressed hate directly, and at least allowed me to talk all the way through. I know that this is not doable, but what else is there to do except trying? Because if I succeed at least a little bit, along with all the other people who are trying to push for the good thing, at least we get a little less bad future than we would otherwise have gone. And this is with a smile from Espen. Thank you very much.
It's always a pleasure to listen to you, and I can hear that the audience feels the same. You have made reference to Espen several times during your talk. Many of us know Espen. For those who don't, or for those who want a refresher, Espen is an economist, a psychologist, an entrepreneur, a foresight facilitator, and a TED Global speaker. And, as he likes to say himself, he's driven. He always puts the emphasis on that word. He's driven by the wish to actually try to create a sustainable future. Many of us know him as an inspiring thinker and a great motivator with a large capacity for getting things done. He also has been a member of the Norwegian Parliament, and in that way he has experienced what can and cannot be done on the inside of a well-functioning democracy. That's how we actually characterize our own democracy. And the title for his presentation is Giant Leap or Too Little Too Late. So, Per Espen, which will it be?
Well, that's very kind of you, and it's such a pleasure also to be here. And thanks to Marit, first of all. You've been the driving force in this seminar, Marit, so thanks. So, which will it be? Well, it really depends. We do know the climate crisis we have. We do know the loss of forests and the loss of wildlife, the land use change. We do know that we're using too much nutrients and messing with the waterways and the coastal areas. And we have, on top of that, the inequality crisis, where some play golf and the rest live in shanty towns and favelas over the world. So on top of that, we also have this guy, particularly making inequality much worse over the last 2 years. And on top of that, again, we know that the main problem that Jørgen is talking about is caused by the footprints of the richest 10%. So this is a way to illustrate the huge footprints depending on your current level of incomes. And the luxury carbon consumption of the ultra-rich is about ultra-rich 1% is 15% of total emissions, and the top 10% of the world emit half of all the world's CO2 emissions. So these are interlinked crises. We have a nature under pressure, planetary boundaries in high-risk states, and the wealthy few consuming ever more of the world's material resources. So this is why we do systems analysis. A good starting point is to understand from a systems point of view why the inequality, and particularly the inequality in footprint, has been worsening over the previous 3 to 4 decades. Now, this graphic tracks the money flows in the current economic system, and it is a simplification of the total model. But it illustrates that in the late stages of financial capitalism, you have the original real economy here, where you have the consumers, the households, and the farmers, and the producers, and the demand and supply. This has been somewhat showed to the side due to the impact of the financial sector or the financialization of the real economy. The original idea was that wealth would trickle down to the consumers, the citizens, but in reality what we've seen is that wealth is trickling down to the top wealth holders rather than trickling down to citizens. So how can we change this system of money flows that makes the few rich while polluting the planet and leaving 50% of people in poverty? So this is what we called the 5 extraordinary turnarounds, which each consist of 3 main levers or actions, depending on how ambitious you want to be. So the more basic, well-known actions, such as progressive taxation to solve inequality, must be complemented with strengthening worker positions and also maybe a universal basic income, or what we prefer to call the universal basic dividend. Energy system efficiency must be improved, food system efficiency, so we must stop food and waste loss and waste of food, but also new farming techniques and the changing of diets until we get abundant renewables. And these things go together. So this is why the human mind, with a limited understanding, may need help of a systems model that looks at not just one of these sectors separately, but we look at the interactions of them. Because we have enough reports on energy. We have the IEA, we have Bloomberg, we have Rystad, and many others that analyze energy sector. And we have lots of people analyzing the food sector, particularly the FAO, and like Eat Lancet, etc. And they specialize in the food sector. We have the UNDP and the World Bank that helps work with poverty. We have UNICEF and NGOs working on the empowerment of women and the reports on how important it is to get education and jobs to women. There is Piketty, for instance, and the World Inequality Database, and also OECD doing great work on inequality. But each area is addressed as if the others don't matter. And that also explains maybe why change has been so painstakingly, so achingly slow. Because most people think that clean energy is a good thing, so is healthy food, educating girls, solving poverty, and reducing inequality. All those are great ideas. Why are they not happening? So one of the exciting novelties in the Earth for All model is that we're looking deeper at how the social and economic and the physical systems interact. And here's a deep social dynamic. Let's have a look under the hood of the new model. This is the high-level view. So first, we know inequality has been going up both within and between countries since 1980s, and it's still rising. More inequality over time causes a decline in social trust, so you're eroding the social capital. This, over time, leads to less stable government. There is more policy stalemates, there's ineffective policies. You have the squibbles in Norwegian parliament that we all know too well. Particularly, there's little agreement on how to reduce inequality of wealth and incomes most of the world. And voila, you get a vicious cycle. The wealthy find ways of not paying their taxes, which worsens inequality, further eroding trust, etc. Now, the coordination, the regulation, and the taxation of pollution from the food and the energy sectors, carbon emissions in particular, get slower. And then this worsens inequality, which then erodes social trust. Less GDP is spent on solving the crisis, more on private consumption, with increasing material footprints. And when the resource and the carbon taxes become regressive, worsening inequality, they hit the poorest hardest, and hence worsens inequality further, like the yellow vests in France or the agro-industrial logging of rainforest in Brazil and Indonesia, etc. So what this system dynamic overall shows is that the societal response to the interlinked crisis, rather than a rapid transformation, we get stalemate and what we call decision-making as usual. But if we could address inequality, and this seems to be a key lever in the system, then you could turn the vicious cycle into a virtuous cycle. Because if inequality goes down, then social trust goes up, and so does the speed of public action. This is the key critical loop to fix, and a key uncertainty in our scenarios. Will the 5 turnarounds be slow, or will they be fast? And what does that mean in terms of money? We could translate this into money. For instance, investments in renewable energy systems, and this is then the $1 billion per year. And you can see how if you get a quick turnaround, you get much more investments in renewable energy systems, and then when you're done, the costs come dramatically down. So over time, you have a lot of savings, but in the short term, you need to invest more. So with this, I will turn to the 2 scenarios. Based on these 2 different modes of the deep social dynamic, creating either a slow or a fast societal public action on the 5 turnarounds, we made these 2 scenarios. You may recognize the picture from the first one, so you may have an inkling about what Jørgen believes. So now we need to explain why we make the giant leap a possibility. So in order to visualize this, I will take you on a little journey. We will travel to, for instance, Lagos in Nigeria. One key word that when you try to do new thinking, you need new concepts. And one of the new concepts I've learned from our African and Asian partners in this project is that we shouldn't really speak about developing or developed countries, but we should speak about the high-income countries and then most of the world. Because that's where the 4 billion people live that exist on more or less than $4 per day. So we will visit most of the world. And let's say hello to Ayotola. There she is, born 2020, in Lagos, in Nigeria. And She's from a poor but working family who is scraping by. Her father drives for a wealthy family. Her mother cleans. She has 3 siblings. Food is expensive. Cities are congested. Family in the UK. Some relatives, but airfares are too expensive, so they never see them. Here is Ayutollah's life if we have the too little, too late scenario. So there is droughts, floods, and food shortages and blackouts already happening at increasing regularity, even for the middle class. In the 2030s, we can imagine Ayutollah will leave her school at 14 and gets married to the son of a family friend. By 2050, she has 4 children, and only her boy gets to school. Money is tight, kids are hungry, mass migration to escape the floods, but it's difficult because there is little trust, a lot of corruption, and violence. By 2080, when Ayutollah is 60, her family have become climate refugees. Extreme weather, as Jørgen said, more than 2.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels, creates extreme heat and tropical storms that are common and damage the infrastructure and crops, driving also the price of food in wild fluctuations. Or, if the world's governments and the world's businesses and the world's citizens all interact to create a giant leap, how will this life look then? So we start at the same point, droughts, floods, food shortages in 2020, but in 2030, Ayutollah moves to a flat downtown and attends school with her siblings. And by 2050, she's done university and studies now to be an accountant, specializing in well-being indicators. And thanks to governmental relocation program and a universal basic dividend, she's able to move also out of Lagos. And at age 60, Ayutollah, being a very leading, sharp accountant, is passionate to keep working on the advisory board of Nigeria's multi-trillion citizens fund. Yes? Of course, why don't you want this kind of future? So, what about the US? So to have one from most of the world and one from the rich world. This is Carla, living in Los Angeles, just born, 2020. She has 2 older brothers. Her mother stays at home. Father works 2 part-time jobs, but lost one due to COVID. Now, what we know is that West Coast has the most severe drought and the worst wildfires. That's been for a long, long time. And there is more air pollution, wildfire, particles, and expensive water coming Carla's way. So she has taught to use water with care. By 2050, she has finished university and started working as an office manager in Seattle because she has to move up the coast, trying to get away from the wildfires and the air pollution. Parents are ill, but they can't afford healthcare. She has a 6-figure student loan and expensive rent. She, in a way, feels like a climate refugee because the fires are coming to Seattle by 2050, and she lives precarious life with paycheck to paycheck. Carla knows she won't be able to retire for a long time in 2080 because really can't afford to. And she's also become obese due to an unhealthy diet, and she dies of cancer aged 65. Yes? Plausible? Maybe, maybe not. So what if we do a giant leap? Carla is born, goes to school, and there's still wildfires and air pollution in 2030, despite new desalination plants coming up along the coast. In 2050, she works as an architect, specializing in low-energy housing. Her partner is a corruption analyst, and both received their UBD now for 10 years. She and her partner are planning for their first child, and they buy a flat in a pedestrian-only city. At age 60, Carla is able to retire. She still gets the UBD on top of her pension. So in this way, we try to bring these curves of Jørgen alive. And you can also go visit them in Bangladesh. How will Samiha's life become? You can see whether she ends up in a settlement camp just outside of Dinjapur, having lost 2 of her 3 children by 2080, or whether she is into retirement in 2080 because of a national pension scheme, even in Bangladesh. Or we can go to China and say hello to Xu, but In the giant leap, she ends up as a professor emeritus in river ecology and restoring dolphin wildlife to the Chinese rivers. Now, we are going to Stockholm Plus 50, the 50 years anniversary of the Limits to Growth, and we want to have 2 key interventions to see if we can manage to do something there, and that is to increase the special drawing rights from the International Monetary Fund, particularly to low-income countries. There's a lot of special drawing rights going to rich countries that really don't need them, but the poor countries do need them. The other thing we want to push is for a citizens fund, where we take some of the wealth in the nation, put in a citizens fund, and then reduce inequality by universal basic dividend. And all the details are available in this book. You can meet the 4 girls growing into 2100, and also more details about the policy proposals and the system. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Espen. As always, with a smile on the face, some of the stories are still quite sort of heart-wrenching. But one thing was really encouraging when I listened to you. I actually had a look at the next speaker, and he was sitting taking notes, which I think is a good indication that this is actually part of a discussion. Thori Lind is a professor at the University of Oslo in the Department of Economics in the Center for the Study of Equality, Social Organization and Performance. You see, I tried to do my homework. In addition to the University of Oslo, he has held positions in Statistics Norway, in the Ragnar Frisch Center of Economic Research, and at NUPI, the Norwegian Institute of Foreign Relations, International Affairs, sorry. He's also affiliated to a host of other institutions. As always, they don't answer, what shall I say about you? So I looked online on his CV and his publications list, and it's very long. I'm not going to tell you all of them, but what caught my attention was in the sort of pipeline publications that he's working on, and they are called Hand in Hand We Vote, the Effect of Spousal Voting on Electoral Turnout, The Inequality of Equal Mating, and 50 Ways to Level Your Lover. I can see a sub-theme here of relations, quite sort of intimate between 2 people. Now you're going to talk about relations between global countries, national countries in the global economy. Thori Lind, here you go.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. Yes, so as you said, I have actually been working on a large number of different topics, and I guess I'm more of a sort of development, political economics person than actually an environment resources person. So this is a bit new to me, but I'll try to bring my background from development and distribution and the like into the field. So I hope this is going to work. So the topic of what I'm going to talk about is who should carry the burden of saving the planet. And this works. Yes, beautiful. So I guess many of you have seen a graph like this, and they have been around for quite a while. So here I'm looking at CO2 emissions. You could do this for pretty much anything that's either polluting or consuming resources. But here, because data are readily available, and because it is actually a big challenge, I'm going to talk about CO2 emissions. But if you don't think that's important, take your other favorite pollution or resource use, and you should get the same. So this is how much CO2 we have been emitting in the world over the last 250 years. And, not surprising, it goes up and it gets steeper and steeper. So that's the big problem. The world is emitting too much. And that's something we all know. I mean, my 11-year-old son knows this and has known it for years. Here it's also broken down by, who's to blame in a way. And who was to blame when. If you look carefully at it, there are some quite interesting patterns, but you'll quickly see that the bottom fields, the rich countries, are emitting quite a lot and have been emitting a lot for a while. Then there are a few newcomers, maybe most importantly China, started out as a small emitter, and then over the last 20 years or so has been emitting a lot. But, and this graph is interesting because, I mean, it points down what's the problem. Finding a global solution that doesn't include China is probably not going to work. Also, finding a solution that doesn't include the US is not going to work. But if we are to look at who's to blame, or who are actually the big emitters, we should look more at what's the emissions per person. Here the data are not so good. This is emissions from production, not from consumption. Distinguishing between the two is not straightforward. But then dividing by individuals. And well, not very surprising, we see then that the rich countries, so the US and Europe and Oceania, are the big emitters per capita. And over the last 70 years or something, the big bad guy has been the US. That's the green curve on top, emitting much more per capita than almost anybody else in the world. We can also see China. They are the red curve here, going from almost nothing to actually having pretty high increases per capita, but still not emitting at close to the high levels that we find in our part of the world. So this is numbers year on year. CO2 is accumulating. I know there's a typo in this. This should actually be accumulated CO2 emissions. I'm sorry for that. But at least then I got to point it out that this is accumulated CO2 emissions per person since 1750. Before that, we didn't really emit very much CO2. CO2 is accumulating in the atmosphere. So this is sort of our total footprint that we have put into the atmosphere over this period. And again, you can see that, well, the US has a huge footprint per American. This is divided by the current population. Also, the Europeans, both the EU and the non-EU part, are heavy emitters. And the poor countries down here are not to blame at all. Well, at least to a very low extent. So, if you then look at country by country, it's very clear that the big emitters have been the rich countries and still are the rich countries. Here is all the countries, at least for which we can get data, so close to 200 countries, where on the x-axis you have how rich they are, the poorest over there, the richest over here, and emissions, both on log scales if you want the details. And I mean, it's a super clear pattern that the richer you get, the higher you emit. There are a few exceptions. Some of the super high emitters are typically oil-producing countries that are, and some odd cases. But there's a very clear pattern that richer countries are emitting more, poor countries are emitting less. So if we are then just looking at the country level, things are simple. But of course, that's not all. So who within these countries are emitting? So different institutions, people, researchers have been trying to point out what's the emission level for each type of person in each type of country. Here are some data from the World Inequality Report. That's the writings of Thomas Piketty and his co-authors. So they give a report every year mostly on the state of inequality of incomes and wealth and so on. But so last year's report, the 2022 report, also have some numbers on emission levels for different income categories, where then in the blue bars are the poorest half in each of the countries' continents. The red bars are the richest 10%, so they're rich. But notice that this is not really the super rich. This is the richest 10%, and in Norway, if you have a master's degree, it doesn't take that much to get into that group, actually. These are, I mean, I think I'm borderline into that group. So I don't feel super rich. So these are the rich, but not the really super rich. But you can see that they are the ones emitting most throughout the world in all areas. And also, if you look at my point here. So, like in Europe, the poorest half of the population have emission levels that are lower than the rich 10% in sub-Saharan Africa. So, in a way, this group, even in poor regions, this group have higher emission levels than actually huge groups throughout the world. So, distribution-wise, it is the rich who are the big emitters here. And as both Per Espen and Jørgen have highlighted, inequality is important in this field. Okay, then why do rich countries emit more? And well, generally it's because they produce more. That's here I've measured income by GDP levels, and to have a high GDP, well, you need to produce a lot. And also because they, at least back in the days, they transited into industrial production, and industrial production is polluting. And also, rich countries consume more. Their higher income is used on something, which is typically some sort of consumption. And most types of consumption is polluting in some way. And although most of the pollution comes from the production, some of it also comes from consumption, like transportation. It produces garbage and the like. So, if you just then take the bad story, the relationship between income and pollution should be something like this red curve. The richer you get, the worse it gets. Maybe it's flattening out a little bit on the top. Then there is a hope that it could actually look like this green curve. This is something referred to as the environmental Kuznets curve. So Kuznets discovered an empirical relationship between income and inequality, that when a country goes from really poor to middle income, then inequality goes up, but as it gets richer, inequality goes down again. At least he claimed that was the case. And some people have argued that that's the same for pollution, that when a country goes from poor to middle income, then emissions go up, but then as we get richer, they go down again. Why could that be? Maybe the most important is actually that a clean environment is a luxury. So if you're really poor, that's not really what you care the most about. Then you want food and, well, something to keep your family safe. But as we get richer, then we care more about the environment. And also, richer countries going from quite rich to very rich, move into production of services instead of industrial production. They have more high-tech firms that might be cleaner than low-tech firms. And well, in a way, we can afford to have a good conscience. That's also what economists would call a luxury. So, and if this is the case, it will be good news. Then, as soon as we just all get rich, then the problem would solve itself. So, first of all, is this true? Do you really have this inverted U-shaped relationship? We don't really know. For a few types of pollutants, there are quite clear patterns, but those are mostly very local pollution levels. In a city, if it's filled with smog, then when you get richer, you want to get rid of the smog. But taking care of global problems, that's so abstract. People don't feel it every day. So it might be that the willingness to pay for that is less high. So there are some indications that the emissions are declining, maybe mostly in Europe, but it's far from clear that this is the case. And even if it were, it wouldn't really solve the problem. Because can we rely on the Kuznets curve to solve problems? Well, at best, we need countries and people to be quite rich before they would demand low emissions. And before everybody has transited into a state where everybody is rich, then we have probably ruined the planet way before that. So it's not a viable solution to just keep doing what we've been doing, business as usual, as much growth as possible, and then eventually everybody is going to be rich. So you need some way to sort of pass through the curve. Get poor countries to go from over here to over here without passing through the top. So we need to get some way of having the poor countries and, well, the poor individuals in poor countries to transit into a clean future. How do we do that? And I mean, if I knew the solution to that, I guess I would rather be out doing it. But I mean, the easy solution is, well, they should produce less and they should consume less. And that's easy for me to say, because I'm living in Norway. And that's essentially pulling up the ladder, saying that, well, we did that, but sorry, you can't do that. So doing that is essentially, it's extremely unfair. Because I think my biggest challenge here is how can we ask that the poor countries and the poor in the poor countries are doing something completely different from what we did. And to be able to do that, we need to do something to make it at least as good for them. Because saying that, well, we did all these sort of bad things, but, well, you can't do that. So you have to stay poor and you have to stay wherever you are, and then we can keep on doing what we are doing. that's not going to work. Well, at least I don't think it's going to work, and it's very far from being a fair way of doing it. Can we get the poor countries to do things in a cleaner way? I hope so, but it's not going to be easy. Because, I mean, technology is improving, so it might be that in a few decades, then cleaner production is possible. And it could be that if technology is flowing more or less freely in the world, then we can get this to work in poorer countries. The problem, in my view, is that, well, already this is really challenging in our part of the world. And we have well-developed state, well-developed institutions, and so on. So if we cannot do this, how should we ask poor countries where you have weak states and so on to do this? So I hope we can do it, but I don't really know exactly how to. Because clean is difficult, and I think you just have to admit this. This is not going to happen by itself. That's the first thing, and even if we do something, deciding exactly what we want to do is not straightforward. And we need to know that we are facing countries where, well, the populations are less well educated. So moving into these cleaner technologies and so on might actually be challenging for people because it requires a better educated population. They have less good infrastructure, so driving an electric car in Norway is starting to become feasible. Driving through Africa in an electric car is not going to be simple, and it's not going to be simple in the next couple of years either. We are going to face that we have weaker governments. It's not the same situation as you have in, say, many other European countries. The governments cannot do all the same things as they do in our part of the world. And it's clear that I think finding political support for environmental good things is challenging in our part of the world. It's not going to be easier in poorer countries. Yes, so what should we do? We need that all countries become greener. And to do that, if we don't want to say to the poor countries that, well, you just have to do something other than us, I think we need to compensate them in some way or another, because they will have to go through something which is challenging and which might probably be reducing at least their middle range growth rates. So they are, if nothing else happens, they are going to be poor and grow less quickly than they would otherwise do. So if we are to impose that on the poorer countries, I think it's our duty to compensate them in some way or another. How we should do that when we are facing non-democratic countries is also not straightforward, because just giving money to the country, to the president, might not solve the problem and make it much better. So we should do something to try to reach out to the people who are actually hurt by this. And if you find a way to do that, then I would really like to hear about it, but we should really be looking for some way of doing that. And I think this might actually be a good justification for why we should have more aid going to poorer countries. Yes, thanks.
Just like for Jørgen, the choice of most of us is that when we have too short time, we just talk quicker. I'm now very delighted to introduce Sandrine Dixson-Declève, which is the first female president of the Club of Rome. She holds several advisory positions for the European Commission, including chair of the expert group on economic and social impact of research and innovation, and the technical expert group on the sustainable finance taxonomy. The list could be very much longer. I have been looking at the questions that you have been posting on Slido that are rolling slightly over here, and it looks like many of them are begging the question, how can we do this? And I think there's no one better to try to give an attempt at an answer here. Sandrine, who's going to talk about building a global movement. Please.
Thank you. What a pleasure to be here today with my dear friends Jørgen, Espen, in particular. We have been working on this incredible project, which you've now been hearing about for the last almost 2 years. And yes, the key question is, how do we build a movement? As was just indicated, I am the co-president of the Club of Rome, and as Jørgen probably said, this is the 50th anniversary, so he's starting to think, and in fact, I think he's thought about it for quite some time, how the hell did we get here? Why is it that no one actually truly listened? Because yes, some people did, and we are gathering testimonials of the way in which the limits to growth has influenced people's lives. Even politicians who are not really implementing what we warned about. But the fact of the matter is, did we create a movement? Would we be in the midst of a series of tipping points today if we had? And of course, if we're going to be true to ourselves, we would say no. Hence why we started this journey. Hence why we prepared for the risk, the deepening risk of collapse. And I apologize to those of you who are students here because climate anxiety is very real. And we do know that many of you are living it on a day-to-day basis. But so are we. And part of that is, how is it possible that in 1972, the quote that I have here that explains the important challenge for the generation of that time, Jørgen's generation, can still be said texto today and be relevant? That is the key question. How is it that now all those predictions where we saw the interrelationships between population growth, between consumption, with the planetary boundaries and going beyond the planetary boundaries, how is it possible that all of those predictions where we would start to see through the scenarios collapse, tipping points in the 2020s actually are happening today? Because those interconnected global instabilities is what we're now living. And the fact that actually systems change and systems thinking is still not fully integrated into the way in which our governments work, into the way in which all of our sectors are working together, is how we can see the Ukrainian crisis has an impact both on food and energy at the same time, and yet policymakers are still looking at them separately. That fertilizers are the connecting piece, and yet still we're not thinking about how the interconnections means that actually we're truly dependent on certain types of monocrops, certain types of energy sources that we shouldn't be, and we've already known for many, many years that we shouldn't be, and yet we continue to be. These interconnected global instabilities are why we have come back to this year putting out Earth for All as a way to demonstrate how we can shift from the contextual piece that we are in today into a brighter future. What does that look like, and how do we bring more people on the journey? And how do we show them that actually this is a positive journey, not just about sacrifice? For me, the most exciting part of the journey that we've been on together as scientists, economists, modelers, campaigners, is the fact that we were able to bring the system dynamic modeling and the scientists together alongside a transformational economics commission, which stress tested some of the results, created that discussion, which, as Per Espen so clearly pointed to, was hard. Because complexity is hard. Because yes, the poor are those that are suffering. And yes, just giving money to those governments won't necessarily solve everything. And yet we know that they are most of the world. And somehow we have to figure it out pretty damn fast. That was the beauty of what we've been able to do together. To not always agree, to unpack the differences, to unpack the tensions, to think through how is it can we do this, because this is the decade of action. So bringing together that network and ensuring that we could then start to really focus on well-being was the core, but also something that was really unique and that's different actually from 50 years ago. And that is that the body of thought in economics, new economics, has shifted. That actually what people and economists like Kate Raworth or Tim Jackson or Jørgen himself or others have said is there is not just one way. There is not just one model. The fact of the matter is that somehow we have to think through what is our key value proposition and allow for different models to coexist as long as we come to the same endpoint, as long as we take into consideration social and environmental impacts, as long as we look at the way in which we bring different indicators together, as long as we ensure that we look at public goods and socialize the rewards of environmental and social commons, that we deeply understand inequality, that we deeply understand poverty, and that we deeply understand empowerment, which, by the way, doesn't just mean the agency of women, but brings in the diversity that we all know we need in order to thrive in our societies. What does that look like? And the beauty of this, once again, is that at least everyone that came together didn't just have one theory of change. They didn't all unite, because we're not all united. But they did unite around one thing, and that is we have to change and we have to figure this out. So together, we understood that we needed these 5 turnarounds. Together, we understood that actually you cannot get there unless you have these 5 turnarounds, and that they have to work together. And that if we truly want to unpack the food system and the energy system and ensure that we have access across the globe to both, in the midst of crisis, that we need to solve the empowerment, poverty, and the equality issues. So these 5 turnarounds that you've already been shown are key. And then the question becomes, how do we sell this to a broader audience? Now, one way, as Per Espen just brought you through, and I heard the chuckles, is to do the storytelling. Because that's also the importance of this book and the importance of the reflection of the Club of Rome and all of us who were in the room or the Zoom space, because we've done this through COVID, together, which is we cannot just have another publication that's going to sit on a shelf. We cannot, and by the way, sitting on these expert groups in the European Union, realizing that it doesn't matter how much scientific data you have, look at the taxonomy, which pisses me off, that we can come up after 2.5 years with recommendations that were scientifically based with all the analysis, and the politics come in and you got gas and nuclear that are seen as green. That is the reality. So, do we want to just publish a bunch of data? Is that going to change people's minds? Has the IPCC done the trick? No, it just creates climate anxiety, but no one else knows really what the hell to do, and those that do know what the hell to do don't want to do it because they might be politically liable. We need to figure out another discourse. That's why this book, we hope, will be different. It gives the storytelling, it brings in different approaches, but most importantly, it looks at implementation. It's not just another book that's going to gather dust, I hope, we hope. It's actually a book that's going to show us how can we actually get this done in the midst of short-term chaos, which, by the way, the conversation that Jørgen and the rest of us had last week in talking to the European Commission is, how do we continue to move forward with the European Green Deal when we have to think about rationing? That's the reality. What do we do? Because we have to think about the support of national policymakers when they are in knee-jerk reaction with regard to the Ukraine, with regard to COVID, and with regard to climate effects. How do we bring in the international agenda? How do we go into the negotiations at the multilateral level and ensure that we hold governments accountable for the 100 billion, for example, that they haven't given to the most vulnerable states, which they promised already in Paris many years ago. How do we ensure that we engage and bring in influencers? Because this has to be Cambridge Analytica for good. We cannot be naive and think that everyone thinks like us. We have to use everything in our toolbox, all the people that can actually support this so we can get something done. How do we ensure that we hold citizen assemblies and bring more citizens together? Because that is a key tool in the toolbox, and then create the media content and the engagement. That is what we've been thinking of. So we've got to look at what our key outcomes are. And what we've tried to do is structure the way in which we use the narrative, the way in which we then affect policy, and then how do we get into the mindset shift? Because that is fundamental. And that is what has not happened in the last 50 years. The way in which we've been looking at prioritization is that we want to focus on core countries. We want to help those countries that actually are already starting to think in this way. European Union, for example, has several different bits of legislation on well-being. We'll be participating in a series of different conferences with parliamentarians and others to ensure that we unpack what does that mean in practice. We know that we already have countries that are the well-being countries that are struggling. We need to make sure that they are strong because they are our proof points. If they collapse, then our narrative collapses. And for the moment, they have pushback. So how can we enable them? Then how do we bring more countries on board in order to create a groundswell? Because here is the reality. The reality is that the well-being economies did better during COVID than other economies. Why? Because they created the buffers in ensuring that they were looking not just at growth, but at environmental and social indicators. Because actually they also used communication as a way to explain to citizens what was going to happen and that their grief was being shared. These are perfect examples of why a well-being economy is a good thing in times of crisis, and we're going to have more of them. Because also environmental, social, and governance, so ESG principles, those companies that actually integrated ESG principles came out stronger through COVID than others. And funds tripled during COVID. These are our proof points. So not only read the book, for God's sakes, and understand the messages, but look outside and don't tell me that the economy we're living right now is stress-proof and is working. It is those that have actually started to build in the buffers that we're talking about that are actually thriving. So we need, through the Transformative Economics Commission and that stress tank, through our system dynamic model, through our alliances, to build a wider stakeholder movement. And what we hope to do is spark that global conversation and do it in a variety of ways, through the citizen assemblies, as I indicated, by bringing in different nation states, by working with local governments, and by also creating a groundswell at the international level at different moments in time, intervention points like Stockholm Plus 50, like the COPs, to hold governments accountable, but also remind them, stop the siloed thinking. Understand that if you optimize systems, if you look at the win-wins in the solutions, if you bring in the universal basic dividend and the citizen fund, which answers the questions of the last speaker, then actually we can get there. So what would be the public campaign? One is to ensure that we create that debate in all of those different key intervention points. And in fact, I'm drafting right now a statement on behalf of Earth for All that will be launched at Stockholm Plus 50, building on a series of other statements, by the way, that have been made by the G20, by the G7, and by many other high ambition countries around nature, around ensuring that we get rid of fossil energy subsidies and agriculture subsidies. I mean, the G20 have been promising this for the last 10 years, and they gave a date of 2020, and we're nowhere. Part of this is holding nation states and governments accountable for declarations that they have made and have never come to fruition. Most of what we need is actually on the table. It's a question of having the courage to finally put it in place. At a time, I admit, which is difficult because we've just had a COVID crisis, we now have a Ukrainian crisis, and we know that we're going to have an economic backlash. So how do we do this? How do we ensure that we get those national campaigns, that we work with the right people, that we bring everyone together to get excited and enthused around this incredible proposition, which is not just, we have no fucking choice, excuse my language, but this is about a better future. This is about actually reducing the amount of mental illness that we are seeing, the high points of suicide that we are seeing in our youth. The fact that actually maybe the next generation will be better off than the last generation, which is not the point right now, because they are now in a state of well-being. Those are the points that we need to make, and I'm almost finished. Part of this is making sure that we bring individuals on board, and how we do that. It's also, how do we explode through social media? How do we use the tools that we have? As I said, Cambridge Analytica for good, social media on steroids for good, whatever we want to call it. We need young people, we need brilliant people that are now working in the IT sector, etc., that start to come together and coalesce around this campaign. And we will use all of the media outlets that we have in order to do that, including gaming, simulators, to bring more people on the journey. And I'll close, sorry it's not showing, but I know the team can put it on, with this little movie that kind of summarizes what we're trying to do. Thank you.
You want to come up here? Well, there's nothing if not engagement and enthusiasm. We also have very little time, so many people, etc., and so little time. I would ask you to, I think that I'm going to have a look at the Slido screen and say that the ones that has got the most votes up for the question is, how can we build a stronger state in a world with high social tensions, increasing inequality, and a decline in average well-being? I know that you want to talk. You just have to wait a little bit, because you are the parliamentarian, of course, so you can tell us a little bit from the inside, but I think that we might also remember that when we ask the question, what should we do, most of us tend to point to someone else, not us. So I'm just going to start with Espen, and then I will end with you, and take that as a starting point. How do we do this?
Well, first, I have to ask Jørgen to stop speaking about a stronger state, because that's what people pick up. Rather, you should speak about an active, smarter state that is more effective in implementing the regulations you want. So the second point is that we do this primarily by focus on inequality, and that's the question to me I'd like to answer. And that is, Piketty's point in terms of new capitalism is not to increase taxation on wealth. That's the wrong framing. It's actually to reduce the taxation on wealth for most people. The view that capitalism can be tempered, by a tax rate of 80% on wage income, supplemented by a modest tax on net wealth, is not necessarily very radical. It's the extreme wealth of the top wealth holders that provide the little funds we need. It's only an issue of 2 to 4% of the GDP, and the wealth of the ultra high net worth individuals represents in the order of 50%. So it's like a little tiny slice of the top wealth needed to solve it. And when people say it's impossible, I disagree. Thanks.
Thank you. Something?
Yeah, maybe I'll build on that. Several points. One is, absolutely, it is possible because we have most of the tools in the toolbox. We really do. I mean, the capital is there. We know we can shift the perversities in the market. And we know that actually with politicians and decision makers that come back to what real leadership means, which is servicing people, planet, and prosperity rather than themselves, we can do this. So for me, the real problem here is the leadership gap. And then when we get to, do we then need a stronger state? I'm exactly at the same point as Per Espen. The problem is language. And even the fact that Piketty uses the word capitalism. I think we need to stop using the word capitalism in the same way that we need to stop using the word communism at a time when actually, maybe we call it complexitism, which needs a totally different type of governance model. And that comes back to leadership, as I said, for people, planet, and prosperity, servicing that through a financial and economic system that puts in place a value-based framework that places a value, and some would say, okay, we could call it capital, then you would call it human capital, natural capital, and economic capital equally. So having actually looked at different types of government models, we do need a strong state, but that includes leadership for people, planet, and prosperity, not a dictatorship for oneself.
I can feel some tensions running from years of discussion in this group. Very good. What are your comments?
Yes, so I agree that a strong state is going to be important. But a strong state can be many things in a way. And I guess different types of strong states can actually do different things. I mean, I would say that Norway has a fairly strong state, but also China has a strong state. And actually, China, I mean, there are many bad things to say about China, but they are closer to doing something about the problem than many other countries, actually. And I mean, weak states that cannot do anything are not going to help anything, and I think that is going to be a big challenge. So my view of what we need to get as, well, state to be sufficiently strong to do something is, I think, the question of trust in the government, that the large majority of the people actually believe that the government is mostly doing things that are more or less good for most of us. And I think if you go out asking Norwegians, most of them, they will say that Gahr Støre is whatever, but in general, the government does reasonably good things. If you go ask Americans, most of them would think that the government in Washington is doing crap. So only, I mean, that's still a quite democratic country, but they don't have any trust in their government. And I think if you go to most African countries, they would say that all the politicians are corrupt, essentially. So they have no trust. And if you have a government where nobody trusts you, how can you expect them to do anything good? So that, of course, begs the question, how do you build trust in the government? And having politicians who actually do something good, so fighting corruption and the like, might be a way to start, but at least making sure that politicians and the government tries to, at least to some extent, listen to the population, I think is a requirement to getting some people to trust them. So that's at least some of my views.
There's a lot of nodding going on. I think that many of the things that you mentioned, we actually see at least the rudiments of. Here and there are governance systems that are actually developing. There's lots of focus on building trust and making networks and having more and more sort of commitment into the international relations that we do. And the trouble, of course, with when you mentioned the Russian invasion of Ukraine is that when push comes to shove, it is difficult to hold on to these new and hopefully better ways of thinking, which is very heavily illustrated in the situation that we are right now, and that we will hear more about, I think, when Yara comes on later and talks about how the fertilizer industry is doing. So, Jørgen, we have now managed to carve out 2.5 minutes to you, where you will tell us, what do you think?
Okay. So what I was going to tell is that I am 76. I was 25 when I heard Aurelio Peccei give the flaming, very eloquent talk, just like Sandrine at this point in time. That's 50 years ago. Meanwhile, I have been behaving decently. Try at least, being in favor of not speaking about elephants in the room, but rather speaking about those things that have political credibility. I've been taught by my wife that I should never, ever, ever mention that I'm in favor of China, and that I should, of course, absolutely never say that I really believe in a government where the intelligent and educated and informed people make decisions on behalf of the rest for their benefit, not for their own benefit, but for the benefit of the majority. It's now 10 years ago, after 40 years of struggling, I gave up and started talking about China and about strong government and about the need to do something beyond what is recommended by neoclassical macro and beyond what is recommended by all the people who believe that democracy with short-term voters is a better way of government than what I think is a better way, namely that you delegate some of the important decisions to people who know something about it, rather than for the rest. This is done with great success in the United States. They have put in place a Supreme Court that defends the Constitution. The Constitution is a piece of paper with a lot of crap. They've built an institution around it that defends it. They've done so for 200 years, and that is working well for those people that believe in the Constitution. It does not work well for me, who do not like most of the stuff that is in the American Constitution. So my conclusion in the end is that what we need to do is to find some way of countering the short-term nature of the human being, either manifested in modern democracies or manifested in the market. There are these two institutions that we use when we try to talk about the problem, and they have one common problem. They are very unable to get in place things in the short term in order to create a better world for the majority on a 30 to 60 year horizon. So are there solutions to that problem? And in my mind, yes, there is. In our part of the world, it would be to typically take the parliament, put in place a supreme, so they gather, they select 10 of them, put them into a Supreme Court that defends future generations. And you can start by giving them the authority to ban, overrule any decision by the parliament which leads to higher greenhouse gas emissions. So you start simple, then you can add on the other stuff way on. And then finally, I would like to say that, as you said, if you try to look at the world to see whether anyone has actually managed to remove poverty, to increase the standing of women, to put in place a system which increases the well-being of the vast majority, it is the Chinese authority with 90 million people in the party making decisions on behalf of the 1.4 billion others, and in 40 years have doubled the income of 1.4 billion Chinese, while we have been speaking about how to develop Sri Lanka. So it is, very nice. So that is the end. What I was asked to talk about was something else, which are the main discussion points inside the group.
The question is Norway a leader or a laggard in the transition towards a more sustainable society? Our first speaker here is Bernhard. He is Vice President of Sustainable Government at Yara, the big fertilizer producer, a major actor all over the world, but especially in Europe. He has held various senior positions there. He's actually trained as a journalist and has worked for several years as a journalist in Klassekampen, the far left newspaper here in Norway, and has done a great job there and also a great job at Yara. So please, Bernhard, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot for that introduction. I have some notes, but I think the previous session makes me have to deviate a little bit from my planned notes. Watching Jørgen Randers' presentation gave me some reflection and memories. So we saw Jørgen's forward curves in a sustainable future and the fertilizer use there. So I guess the question is, should we all be selling our Yara shares or not? And I'll reflect a little bit about that through my presentation here. A bit of history. When the Limits to Growth book came out, I was 3 years old. I grew up in the north of Norway. I was actually also a bit of an environmental activist as a youth in Natur og Ungdom. So growing up north, I guess it's kind of lucky that I did not arrange demonstrations at Yara's production plant in the north of Norway. But that was more a lucky coincidence than any result of good planning, I think. Yara as a company, many believe that they know about Yara, but just a brief introduction to what the company is all about. It was established in 1905. At that point in time, Europe had seen several consecutive famines also driving migration out of Europe. And Yara, back then called Norsk Hydro, was the first company in the world to manufacture fertilizers at an industrial scale. So it was based on science and innovation, responding to a need to increase food production in Europe at the time. Well, what is fertilizers? I think often fertilizers are a bit mystified. So maybe an open question. Does anyone know from where we get calcium? What is a good source of calcium? We get it from, but in human diets, we need calcium in our foods. Milk. So the calcium we get from the milk, and the source of the milk is the cow. So does the cow magically manufacture the calcium inside its body? No. It comes from the grass, from the fodder, which again subtracts the calcium from the soil, delivering it ultimately to us. So calcium is a physical substance. So if the calcium comes from the soil, ending up in our diets, it means there is less calcium left in the soil. So somehow you need to replenish calcium in the soils. And calcium is one of the about 13 different nutrients that a crop requires to grow, to have a healthy growth. We as Yara, the core business is about nitrogen fertilizer manufacturing. And nitrogen is the nutrient that is required in the largest quantities to support growth. And the nitrogen ultimately ends up as proteins in our diets. So this was the process that we pioneered 115 years ago. Today, Yara is a multinational company. We have people on the ground in 60 countries around the world. We have sales to about 160 countries. And we have a turnover of $10 to $14 billion every year. And we are well known in Norway, but the revenues in Norway is less than 2% of our total revenues. There are more Brazilians working in Yara than Norwegians. So that's a bit of the context of us as a company. We are very well aware that we as humanity, we are facing at least a double crisis. We have a climate crisis on our hands, which is very much threatening the prosperity of the humankind going forward. We also have a nature crisis with biodiversity losses at an unprecedented speed, which needs to be contained. So as an agri-business company, how do we see the relevance for these crises for us as a company? Our main markets are the farmers, the agricultural production, producing the foods that we all rely upon. We see that climate change is a threat to growing food. We see that 1/3 of the soils around the world are in a quite poor state. They are degraded, threatening the productivity of food production. We see that physical climate change increases the risk for erosion. We see that the suitability for different crops are changing as temperatures and precipitation is changing. And this is challenging the farmers and the farmer economies. And if the farmers do not prosper, neither can we as a company. We have taken firm action ourselves, already looking at our own emissions. We started doing research on our own emissions back in the 1990s, developing catalyst systems installed into our production system. And before the Paris Agreement was signed in 2015, we had cut about 45% of our own emissions. We should maybe have delayed that a little bit, because if we had started 5 years ago, we would have looked like heroes today, but we were early movers. Now we have a current KPI to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions from a 2019 baseline with another 30% by 2030. And then it's getting tougher. It's getting more expensive to get rid of those marginal emissions going beyond that. But by 2050, we say that we want to be climate neutral across all scopes, meaning all of the supplies into our production system, our own production, and also everything that's happening downstream of Yara. So this is how we respond to the climate crisis. Nature is more tricky. Agriculture is a main driver for biodiversity loss. And there are a couple of key drivers for that. One is the expansion of farmland, clearing of forests and wetlands, clearing more land to grow more food. But when I discuss this with our scientists, they are telling me that we don't actually need more farmland to feed a growing population. It is possible to use the farmland we already have and to produce more food sufficient to feed a growing population. So it's actually redundant to keep on clearing more land to grow more food. It is possible. Of course, fertilizers is part of the solution, but it's not the full solution. Another issue about modern farming and modern agriculture is something that was also pointed at. It's the loss of nutrients to the environment. To grow crops, you need the nutrients, you need the calcium, you need the nitrogen, you need it in the soil in order to produce the crops that we all depend upon to survive. But the risk is that these nutrients are also lost to the environment, causing algae bloom in water downstream of the farmers. So we have for years done research in how we can support the farmers in using our products in a more efficient way. So we sell precision farming technology that helps the farmers actually reduce, in most cases, the amount of fertilizers required. It sounds a little bit, it's not very intuitive that a company should help their customers use less of their products. But this is how we want to compete. We want to be competitive by the farmers getting a higher payback for the investment into our products. And this we can do by increasing efficiency. But we still need to go beyond that. We still see that we can help the farmers taking more precise decisions. But we need to shift our mindsets from consumption to regeneration. We need to regrow the natural capital, as was mentioned before. So we are now reorienting ourselves when it comes to how we want to grow the company in the future. So we have had several rounds of strategy reviews, and we concluded with launching a new ambition statement just a couple of months ago, saying that we want to be growing a nature-positive food future. So what is this about? It's another nice slogan. It's suitable to say from a stage with fancy videos in the background, etc. But it means a bit more than that. When we say growing, it means, of course, growing the yields as always, but it's also human growth. We need to grow the knowledge. And we frequently say that our greatest asset is the combined knowledge of all our employees. Knowledge grows is the company's slogan. It's because we know that this knowledge can actually help support the nature-positive food future that we all need, that we all depend upon. Nature-positive, what does that mean? It means that we are examining how we as Yara can change our value proposition to the farmers to include regenerative agriculture. Agriculture should put more natural capital back into the soil, sequester carbon, restore depleted soils, meaning that agriculture can change from being part of the problem, starting to become part of the solution. So both our researchers and our marketing teams are looking into how we can use what we know today, the technology we have today, and how we can combine that with regenerative agricultural practices so that we can help the farmers transition into this future while they maintain their yields, because yields is incredibly important. There was this scenario report published by Stanford University. Sorry, researchers, you want to have names, the name escaped me. It looked at a scenario with a baseline in 1960-61 and agricultural productivity at that time. If the world should supply as much food as it did in 2010 with the productivity levels of 1960, you would have to clear farmland the size of the entire Russian country in order to provide that same amount of food. So we need to transition into a different mindset of agriculture while we are maintaining the yield levels in this transition. Otherwise, we will be losing out on the climate gains that can be found. And lastly, about the food future. So that is healthy and nutritious food for all. But for us, it's a particular focus on farmers and farmers' prosperity, and not least what we can do for the smallholder farmers, who are the ones who are in the most vulnerable position. So we are working to develop KPIs on how we can support smallholder farmers. But some examples of what we have done in the past might inspire future KPIs being developed for the company. So we are testing to do business as unusual models, where providing solutions and knowledge is part of the package. So in sub-Saharan African countries, we have tested value chain collaboration. The risk is that if we work to significantly improve productivity levels, there's an oversupply in the local markets, the local food prices collapse, and the farmers are no better off. We have actually seen this happen in practice in overly ambitious farmer subsidy schemes in sub-Saharan African countries. One of our country managers shared with me a story that he was in a meeting with the government in the country at hand, and they were asking for advice for a fertilizer subsidy scheme, and his response was, "This is way too ambitious. The farmers are going to use too much." The government wanted to be generous, so they gave too much, and the result was the farmers had bumper crops, oversupply, no market, maize were rotting in the fields, and the farmers were economically no better off. So they had a huge positive impact for 1 year on the local food supply. So we want to work in value chains, making sure that there is a market in place for the increased productivity. Since there's a speaker from Tanzania coming later, one example from Tanzania is maybe the country where we are the most active in working on business as unusual ways. We have about 40 different partnerships going in Tanzania, anything from very small scale with some hundreds of farmers together with local NGOs, to 3 different 250,000 farmers together with commercial enterprises. So all things combined, covered by this partnership way of working, there's about 1.3 million smallholders in Tanzania covered by such schemes. But this is what we need to do. We need a just transition. We need to make sure that when we are creating this nature-positive food future, that we also get the smallholder farmers on board and help them succeed in that transition. So should we be selling the Yara shares? I certainly will not. I will put my bet on Yara being part of the solution going forward. Happy to take any questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Bernhard. So Bernhard, you already pointed out that the importance of research, and we will now move into the role of research and education. And we're so happy to have the provost of BI, Norwegian Business School here, Hilde Bjørnland. So she will talk now about the importance of research and education. Please, the floor is yours.
Is it this marker I'm using? No. So to shift the slides. This one? Okay. First of all, thank you for inviting me to talk here, but more importantly, thank you for hosting the conference. And from what I've heard earlier today, this has been so far a great conference with so many important topics. So thank you for hosting it here, and also for those who are coming. So I'm going primarily to talk about research, but research comes into education in the way that we are designed here at the business schools, because we are a research-based institution. So I'm going to talk as a provost for research and academic resources, but I'm also a researcher, a professor in economics, so I cannot refrain from saying some few points in the end about some relevant research with regard to the question for this session. I have no idea how this works. So economists are not the smartest, I assume. Huh? Ja, men det virker ikke. Okay. So now, okay, no, I see. It was yours, not mine. Okay, so, perfect. I'm just checking. All right, so preparing, I took a quick Google search, as one should, as a researcher. What does sustainability mean in business? It means in business, sustainability refers to doing business without negatively impacting the environment, community, or society as a whole. And my conclusion from that is that's way too narrow. We can be much more ambitious than that. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. And we are more ambitious than that. Because business schools are actually perfectly positioned to influence sustainability in the society. But their role is very often unappreciated, I think it's fair to say. But just the fact that we are hosting this conference here with these great topics illustrates the importance of having these kind of dialogues at business schools. And I think my main conclusion, having worked on this for 4 years now as a provost, how research contributes to sustainability, is that one has to shift at the business schools or in society, I guess, overall, from putting the SDG at certain centers or initiatives, but to place them at the center of the offerings of our education and also our research. And faculty are pivotal in this transition, because faculty are the ones who do the research and do the teaching, given their influence then of the topics and their curriculum. So that's why we started here at the business school to emphasize how does research contribute to the sustainability agenda. And our main conclusion after 4 years, having collected and discussed this, is that BI has much more relevant research for solving the sustainability goals than we actually thought. So it's a pleasant surprise, but still more work is needed. So I think that's fair to say. So I'm going to say a few words about our report on sustainability research. So we have published 2 years now a report on how our research contributes to the sustainability goals, and we are issuing a new report this summer. So it's been like we have been looking backwards so far, and now we're looking forward a bit more. So we are a research, as I said, we are a research-based business schools, and that makes us well positioned to contribute to the sustainability agenda through research and to include our research in the offerings, our courses. When we have looked through how our research contributes to the sustainability agenda, we find that research contributes in various ways. It could be, for instance, through business models, which allow for greater value creation and reduced waste. It could be for better healthcare management and collaborations. It could be by reduction of white-collar crime or corruption, or it could be macroeconomic forecasting and modeling to predict and prevent crisis. So all of these are not just buzzwords. These are the things we actually do research on here at the business schools. And actually, a lot of these topics are also in offerings through bachelor, master, executive, and corporate programs. So what about this research publication, or this sustainability publication we have issued? So our core for how we compile this research is that we evaluate all our publications annually by looking through in what way BI contributes to sustainability agenda with the relevant research topics. And then we classified it according to the topics. And the idea is that the research has to contribute to the sustainability agenda by improving our understanding of vital role of corporations, business, and economics, how it plays out in finding sustainable solutions for the future. So it's not really about not harming It's not really about doing business for not harming the environment. It's about finding the good solutions for the future. And in a typical years, our publication will look something like that. So that's the kind of research we do here at BI, classified on the sustainability goals. So you can find these reports if you go to the link, the sustainability page we have here at BI. And you see there are in particular 3 topics which stands out where we have the most research. Topic 3, 16 and 17. And you can wait in eager anticipation of what those topics are, in case you don't really remember them, but I assume you do. So I think you know them by heart. And this is not really a bragging thing from my side as a provost, because we could always do better. But I find it's really interesting that the idea that the kind of complexity in our research really has this multitude of topics that we contribute to. So what kind of research do we do which contribute to sustainability? Well, 20% of all our publications contribute to at least one SDG. 30% of faculty publish topics related to sustainability, which means there's potential for inviting a lot of speakers here in the future on these topics, in addition to the great speakers we had this morning. All departments contribute, but to a varying degree, some more than others. And most are journals, but there are also some books, some very important books, which we heard this morning also, which are among our main contributions. The 3 topics which are where we do the most is SDG 3, which is good health and well-being, which include various topics from childhood, heart problems, radiation, mental health, literary, education, and mortality. Peace, justice, and strong institution includes topics related to tax and accounting regulations, white-collar crime, political rents and voter information, corruption, and political coups. And then partnerships for the goals includes a lot of research topics about business enterprises, ESG and social responsible investment, bank lending rates, and monetary policy. So I have just a few examples, and there are many, many more, just to give you an idea about what kind of research are relevant for sustainability at the business schools. So here is 3 examples, 3 exhibits we have, and I cannot read on the distance from here, so you will have to read it out, but I know them by heart almost. So the first relates to Peter Rents and corruption and political institutions, which is an economist who look at offshore bank accounts. The second is related to, in the middle, is about digital challenges, climate and digital challenges, and the European energy industry. And the third is about health and sustainability and marketing. So these are 3 different departments, 3 different well-published papers of relevance for sustainability. The final 3 I'm going to show to you is, and this is not, just to emphasize, this is not, these are just chosen randomly. There are tons of other examples, but these are good examples. The 3 other we have here is about unfairness by design, which is really about crowdfunding and digital platforms. The second is about working smarter and greener, and the third is about demographic deficit and intergeneration issues. So that's some examples of the kind of research we have, which contribute then to some sustainability goals. In addition, we have, of course, research centers, research groups, and I'm not going to read through them, but there's a variety of research groups which contribute to sustainability. And finally, research projects, some examples of projects financed by the Research Council, which are important for contributing to the sustainability agenda. And as you see here, there's a lot of various topics, from medicines and vaccines and logistics to climate, to smart food, to sustainable employment. And the thing, when you apply for funding from the Research Council, you have to really you have to explain how your research contributes to sustainability, so that's why we know that these are relevant for the various sustainability goals. So that's what I wanted to say as the provost. We have a variety of research and projects going on, and it's growing, and that's why I think this is important to emphasize the business school in a role of the business schools for contribute to the sustainability. The topics of this session was Norway, lagged an innovator. Which role can Norway play in ensuring a sustainable future? So I've answered that now as the provost, but let's also talk as an economist, a little bit, few points in the end. So I guess I'm jumping directly to the elephant in the room, oil and gas, and Norway being an oil and gas producers. So we have, as we know, been producing oil and gas for 50 years or so in Norway, and it has obviously been an engine for growth in Norway. This is real GDP per capita, comparing Norway with Sweden, New Zealand, and UK. So we are a wealthy nation. I don't need to tell you that. You can look at the front cover of Economist, where they had like the energy boom in Norway, and they compared Norway with Sweden and Denmark and Finland. And the idea was, where is Norway going from here? Where is Sweden going from here? Where are the other countries going from here? And I think they did Norway a great injustice, because what they said was that we are just rich. We are the rich cousin in the north. And the conclusion would just be we are rich because we have oil and gas. But that's not my point. I've done research with a lot of colleagues showing that it's not really the finding of the oil and gas which is important. Yes, it has value. Yes, it has oil rent. But the main thing is that, and we show that in our research, is the knowledge and technology behind, which has been able to contribute not to resource curse, Dutch disease, or this kind of negative effects on the other industry, but it has been a growth engine for growth because of the kind of the technology in oil and gas or in industries around it. But the question is then, what will we have after the oil downturn? Because there's been a couple of oil downturns, and we're also eventually phasing out oil. What will Norway be like after the oil downturn? And if you remember back to 2014, when oil prices collapsed, there was a lot of discussion what we should live of after oil. What's unique? What is our sort of like brand made in Norway? And I remember very well, because I did the research at this time, that there was a lot of innovative questions of what we should live off. And one was, for instance, made in Norway, was that we could live off tourism and all of these great initiatives. But the most interesting, and you can Google it if you Google made in Norway, was this. That's what we're going to live off after oil. And I think if you heard this morning and the previous talker, that's, with all the respect, this is a great thing about Norway, but this is not what we're going to live off after oil. So my main point here is that we have, yes, we have been lucky because we have the oil, but what we really have is knowledge and technology. And the fact that we have discovered and extracted raw materials, which demands technical competence at a very high level, is actually good luck. Because finding and extracting oil in the North Sea is something very different from just pumping oil on the land, because that has required us to develop technology, which we now can use in a lot of other industries. So we have had a knowledge transfer to other parts of society, and that's what our research has been showing. The importance has been the knowledge transfer, and that's what we can use now in the future in other industries, like we heard in previous talk. So in beyond oil and gas, we have seaweed mill, offshore fish farming, health equipment, simulators, consultancy, etc., etc. So there's tons of things for Norway to benefit from this period we have behind us. All right. So I think that's time to conclude. Going back then to my points earlier. And this, by the way, this research I've been this research I'm referring to here, Bjørnland, Thorsrud, and Thorvig, is contributing to SDG number 17 by showing how we can find new ways of taking the technology going further. Okay, so my conclusion, that there are a variety of research which is relevant for sustainability, and business schools are perfectly positioned to influence sustainability through research on education. But we should not think of the business school as contributing through one initiative or one idea. It's a multitude of issues which are important for going forward. And I think that before we manage to actually tell and convince about the importance of the multitude of research, one is not going to be able to see the role of the business school clearly, and I think that's part of my role, to show that we have relevant research, but also to say that we can do better. There's no time to rest. Change is the new normal. This is a photo from Financial Times when they wrote about Norway after oil, and I think it still goes to say that this is equally relevant. We need the kind of initiatives and discussion we had, for instance, here today, to take the research forward. Thank you.
So our next speaker is not here in this room. He is at home in Tanzania at his university. It is Emmanuel Chao. He is a senior lecturer there in marketing. He holds degrees both from his home country, and he has his PhD here from University of Agder in Norway. And his theme today is generally a view from Tanzania. Please, do we have you on the screen now? Exactly. The floor is yours, Emmanuel, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me just try to share my screen here. And, while I'm trying to bring my screen, let me just try to give a brief introduction about myself. So I think you could all see my screen there. So I basically did my PhD at Agder University, and I also did my master's there as well. But I've been working with BI through Thori Lind, through exchange program of BI students coming to Tanzania. We had a program called Doing Business in Africa, where we have tried to collaborate with Thori Lind in bringing this here in Tanzania. But we have also been coordinating a project called Sustain. It's Sustainable Business Enterprises project, where we are 3 countries, Norway, Tanzania, and Ethiopia. And I'm actually coordinating the project here in Tanzania. So a brief about myself as well. Apart from academia, being a senior lecturer at my home university, Mzumbe University, I'm also a chair of CEOs and Scholars Forum here in Tanzania. And I'm also coordinating, I'm also chairing an international conference called the ICBMM. It's International Conference of Business and Management in Emerging Markets. We actually had this conference in Norway at BI, actually, back in 2019. So I should also take this time to recognize Professor Honesty Ngowi, who was actually supposed to present here today, but unfortunately passed away. It was a sad loss for both the country and the international community. Was aggressive, researcher, and I had a presenter from Yara here who talked a bit of the project they are doing here. In fact, Professor Ngowi was also part of that board of SAGGOT project, which Yara is engaged in Tanzania. So my presentation really is creating sustainable value ecosystem, and my interest really is on green part, which is agriculture. That's my point of departure for my presentation, and. I'm citing Sisal as kind of an example product which has an historical roots and which has a bit of an influence at global level as well. So today we are talking a lot about global pollution with nylon and plastic. But I'm citing what happened in 1961, around 1961, where Tanzania was actually leading producer of sisal. And, we could have leveraged a lot with that capability where maybe the industry could have taken an approach of assisting this over substituted market, because actually later nylon substituted sisal, and we then had what is following here on a huge destruction of our ecosystem. So today we are talking about 51 trillion microplastic particles, and we are actually spending about $13 billion annually to clean our oceans. But the organic synthetic product, just like sisal, could have been leveraged to actually save our planet. So when I'm thinking about really creating, hello?
Yes. Could you push the full screen? We don't see full screen.
Okay. Sorry. Are we okay now?
No. Yes. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you. So we have a problem of overpollution at the moment, and just recent statistics indicated we are spending about $13 billion, trying to overcome the problems of plastics, which were created really by not actually using organic synthetic materials such as sisal, which was overly produced here in Tanzania, but because of lack of synergy. We have really tried to create a global crisis at the moment. We have actually shut down the plastics here in Tanzania, and I think other countries are doing it, but it's going to take a lot of time to really cover these problems we've created. So if we look the thinking around sustainable value ecosystems, what we could see from the picture is that there is an activity which have advantage in terms of creating value, but also trying to minimize the risk which are associated to the environment and social development. So the presenters from Yara, I had an interesting presentation on how we can use technology to leverage what we are producing at the moment. Like here is mentioned an example where clearing farms, new lands is not really a sustainable solution. And, trying to increase more production without having really sustainable markets for that is also not a sustainable solution. So when we are looking in terms of sustainable value creation, we are looking at this possibility of looking at both hands, what is being created and how we overcome the implication of what you're doing. So the World Economic Forum, you are looking at responsible leadership. They said the society is best served when corporations have aligned their goals to the long goals of society. And they identified UN sustainable goals as a roadmap for that alignment. And I do agree with that. And social and governance indicators should also be tracked in their reporting to show how organizations or corporates are contributing towards SGD on consistent basis. And I'm actually happy to be in part of this panel where we had quite relevant examples, from Yara and from BI, where BI have consistently indicated their their share in this role. And I remember working with Caroline, who has been actually a champion in this area. I know that you've actually contributed, significantly on this agenda. So when we are looking at strategy and sustainability, sustainable value creation, one of the key components is resource efficiency within the question of sustainable value creation. And the arguments which we are aware, they have said, creating, increasing productivity on the same farmland is the way to go. I do agree with that, because we are facing with the issue of population growth significantly. If I cite back in Tanzania, the population growth is quite significant. Back in 1961, while we have independence, we are about over 10 million people. Now we are close to about 60 million people. So you see there's in 40 years, or 40 years plus, the population has grown very significant. So our business strategy should really look about the efficient resource utilization aspect, and combining that with long-term objectivity. My talk and my agenda really is bit aligned with the lot kind of report, which is on embracing sustainable value creation at boardrooms. And they came up with 4 pillars of creating sustainable value ecosystem. And, the 4 pillars they came up with was the principal governance, planet, people, and prosperity. But I'll be talking much more on, aligning Norway, and from the perspective of Tanzania, I'll really align more on the governance mechanism, because much more of what we hear here in Africa, and particularly in Tanzania, which need really to be synchronized, is the issue of governance. Because we have a lot of good people, skilled people, you have a good land in terms of resources, but they have to be merged together with really good governance systems to bring actually that question of value creation. And when I talk on crafting sustainable value ecosystem, from my perspective, and from the examples I've worked with, from the organization that I've worked with, because I have ecosystem of several companies that I'm actually working on my role here. One of the things that I found systemically when it comes to value creation is that leadership from the broad sense, and collaborative collaborations and partnership, which have a long-term focus. This I'm citing SAGGOT project, which Ayara has actually mentioned. They try to influence a change in ecosystem here, in business ecosystem. It's a big problem that they couldn't actually solve them by themselves. So they actually brought other partners, several other partners. They mentioned from small ones, from big players, and the implementers, which are the small farmers, about 1.3 million, quite a significant number. So this all requires a bit of leadership and a bit of coordination. So I will give a plus there for Norway to be a leading role really in change at that area. Especially when we there's a lot of complaints which you hear, that there's exploitation and that. But good leadership, in terms of leveraging resources, will help to create sustainable values. So the way Yara played as an influential role in terms of really bringing different partners to solve a sustainable community problem is one of the indicators of Norway actually playing a leading role as an innovator in that sector, really. But one of the key challenging aspects when it comes to leadership, there's ethical aspect or ethical sensitivity issues. Most of these emerging markets are a bit skeptical, especially Tanzania, and within sectors like extraction sector, talk of gas and mining sector, for example, we have been a bit skeptical, and I think the former government under Magufuli regime It took a little bit of time really to approve the Norwegian oil company, the state Norwegian oil company, to go ahead with the contract on the gas drilling in the southern part of Tanzania, and the reason was a bit of skepticism, which was created by long-term history of not really trusting the corporates, but you know. If there's the big area where there will be a collaborative initiatives of a win-win situation, where there will be fair exchange in big contracts like such of those big sectors like mining, they will create a bit of really sustainable value creation. I've seen in other sectors in the mining in the northern part of Tanzania, where the companies are actually mining and cause a lot of environmental pollution, displacing people's lives, changing people's lives, and creating disasters with little benefits in the communities. So these kind of examples are not good examples. I believe Norway will be playing a different role here. All right, thank you very much. So the collaborations are quite important here, and I'll also cite another example on collaboration, which is a partnership between BI and Mzumbe on doing business in Africa, and we have seen that we have generated a better understanding of our students through this collaboration between BI and Mzumbe University through Carolina. The conflicts within value ecosystems can actually be overcome by trying to really have this win-win situation. And, this is something that can be achieved well in sectors like what Yara has done. And the leading role for me is important, but to keep other areas where corporate can actually make a contribution will be at influencing. So what is actually my take on my talk here, the final part of my presentation, in relation to Norway? Citing my example being there, my take is that Norway has a chance of looking their consumption pattern, because with consumption pattern where we have whenever we
Thank you. I guess your quote. Thanks a lot, Emmanuel.
We have much more productivity. They come with temptation of much
can you
more.
turn him off? Sorry about that. Yes. So we are running a little late, but I think if I may have Hilde and Bernhard up here for just one question each, and there are questions relating to a lot of things, but I think we can take them from here. This first question is mainly to you, Hilde. As sustainability development goals, the SDGs, are supposed to cover everything that is important in life, and yet the question here, or the comment here, is that only 20% of the publications, can be classified. What is your comment to that question?
Okay, so we could have reversed the question to say, looked at all the publication and what sustainability goal are you actually talking about? That's not our point. The point is where do you provide solution to what sustainability goal is your research providing any solution or new methods or anything? So that's why it's very strict. So we are, but yes, it's a fair question. Anything what you do is related to sustainability goals, but we are not talking about correlation in a way. We are talking about causation of how to solve issues. So that's the point there. But it's growing, so that's the good thing.
Okay, very well.
But I liked all the questions there about oil and gas, but I can take that in the break.
Yeah, I think we have a little time. So there were a lot of questions relating to Yara's presentation, Bernhard. I had prepared one of them actually beforehand. Of course, a lot, if not most, of the plants in the world that you sort of support with your fertilizer goes into the stomach of animals. And of course, that is quite inefficient. If that stomach belongs to a cow, 90% of the energy is lost in the cow and only 10% is eaten by humans. So you mentioned that fertilizer helps the productivity of the farmland, but of course changing the diet, as EAT Foundation would claim, is really a part of the problem. Is Yara involved in that at all?
I was in a panel together with a farmer once, and this farmer had a wonderful expression. He said that the farmers will do what the market pays them to do, and it's called a value chain for a reason. You can only pull the chain, you cannot really push it. As Yara, we are even before the farmers in the very beginning of this value chain. So I think we have very limited influence when it comes to people's dietary choices. That said, we are affiliated with the EAT Foundation and support the work that we are doing, and we do see that diets do have a strong influence on the overall sustainability. But I think there are two items here. So one is that a too high consumption of red meat is a very energy and resource intense diet. So that is one item. Another item is that people who currently have diets mostly based on staple foods such as rice, maize, etc. They actually need to transition to a more resource-intensive diet, including vegetables, etc. So at the global scale, I'm not in a position to see how this balances out. But certainly having healthy and nutritious food for all is a part of the Sustainable Development Goals, and it's a requirement.
Thanks a lot, Bernhard. Thanks a lot, Hilde. With that, we conclude this session.
Okay, now the topic is finance. And today's economy is built on finance. Finance is the foundation. At the same time, finance is the foundation for all the problems we are facing. Environmental issues, emissions, social issues, developing countries, poor working conditions, all that is based on finance, is financed. So do we now manage to change this finance for unsustainable finance to sustainable finance the next 50 years? Or hopefully not we'll do that before the next 50 years, but at least redo from irresponsible finance to responsible finance in the coming years. So to do that, I have two great experts here today, representing the PwC and the Norwegian oil fund, the oil fund. And we'll start with Nanna. Nanna, you very recently headed the Sustainability in Finansforbundet. I'll have to read that in Norwegian, the English version. The Finance Sector Union of Norway. And there you moved to push governments and institutions to think more sustainability. Whereas now you moved over to the PwC, head of sustainability and climate change, to actually push companies and help them in order to become more sustainable. So the floor is yours. And we're going to learn about from financial advisor to sustainability advisor.
Thank you so much, Karina. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation. Sound is okay? Yeah. It's really nice being here and loads of familiar faces. I just changed my job, and I used to work in Finansforbundet, which represents 32,000 members in the financial sector in Norway. And today I'm working as a director in Sustainability and Climate Change team in PwC. So this presentation is kind of a combination between these two jobs, but my focus is still the same. And my starting point, my approach to sustainable finance is that the financial sector can play an important role in the transition to a sustainable society. both by raising awareness and having clear demands and expectation to where capital is invested and what money is lent out to. But sustainable finance is obviously a comprehensive and complex area or field and has many different angles. So one of the important tasks in my job is to go from high level to practical implementation. And I have my focus since I started working in commercial bank as an advisor, and I kind of saw the possibilities in the customer dialogue, which you have in the financial services, and to move customers and move capital towards a more sustainable direction. So today I'll be focusing a bit about what's happening in Norway, but also what's happening in the EU, because I've been working with this field for quite a while, and luckily EU also has seen the potential of the financial advisors. So most of you have probably heard about the EU Action Plan for Sustainable Finance. It was adopted in March 2018, and it's basically the roadmap to a climate neutral Europe with the financial sector in front. And the hot topics today is obviously the EU taxonomy and the reporting requirements. But the action plan consists of 10 different action points. One of them is the taxonomy in the middle, which we hear a lot about, but I'm going to focus on action point number 4, which concerns sustainable investments and the advisor role. So that's basically, you can say that the taxonomy is there to create a common language or common understanding of what's sustainable and environmentally sustainable in financial markets, because the lack of comparable and enough information on what's sustainable has been demanding for many investors and customers to orientate themselves in the market, and obviously increases the risk for greenwashing. But to move on, the action point number 4 concerning the advisory role. One of the things that's coming very closely in the EU now is the new requirement, which was passed in the EU last year, and imposes investment advisors to actually talk about and clarify the sustainable preferences of each and every client in the suitability assessment, which is very familiar to people working in finance. And for many financial employees, this means that they need new competence desperately, basically, because this is very quick, coming in the EU already from October, what I heard. But it also means that you have to expand the customer dialogue, and you need new processes, routines, and you need new products to meet the customer needs as soon as you reveal them. Another thing that relates to this on the action plan is also standard and labels, another action point. And the EU is working today with the basis in the taxonomy to use the eco-label on qualified financial products, taxonomy-aligned products, which obviously I think it's a work still in progress, but for ordinary people, this will mean that it will be easier to know if your savings or your pension is invested in Paris-aligned investments, and obviously the demand for sustainable financial products will raise, I believe, due to this. So it's coming up soon. And in my former job in Finansforbundet, we represent kind of many people working in front end in finance in Norway, meeting the new requirements, of course, and we have national requirements also in a authorization skill, Finansnæringens autorisasjonsordninger, which has put sustainable finance into the core of what you need to know working in finance. So we had a few surveys, and this survey here is from 2021. And it shows that 60% of the respondents experience that there is an expectation in the companies they work to include sustainability issues and risks in the customer dialogue. Meanwhile, 30% of the employees experience that they don't have sufficient knowledge to do so, and only 16% of the respondents answer that they actually have sufficient knowledge to talk to customers about sustainability preferences and investment choices. And this is an increase since the last mapping we did, when it was only 10% of the finance employees who thought they had enough competence. But the numbers are still too low, and the pace is too slow regarding the requirements coming up very soon. But there is some nice pictures as well, and when it comes to competence measures, where there has been a positive development, where now 60% of the employees answers that there is competence measures on sustainability and climate risk in the companies they work. However, this figure doesn't tell us anything about the scope of the competence measures. They have something, but it's interesting to see also that 40% answers that they don't know, or that there are non-competence measures in the companies they work, which is kind of alarming, I would say, when we know what's coming from EU, and customer preferences are increasing as well. And from the employer's side, actually this picture was the last one, but as I was coming here to Handelshøyskolen, I got a flash, and it was updated, these numbers. So it's not 9 out of 10, it's 97% of the companies in the financial sector wanting or needing desperately competence on sustainability and climate change, which is of course very interesting for BE, who's going to deliver education courses and so on, but also for the companies. So Espen, you won't be out of work for a while. Compliance and the requirements is one thing, but we have also seen a great potential when it comes to transforming the role of the advisors. And there is a great potential in upskilling the whole financial sector, basically. Finansforbundet has published 3 different insights reports the last few years, and one of them, together with Alexander and Circular Norway, sitting just up here actually, was launched just a couple of months ago. But I'm going to talk about one in the middlemost, because we launched that last year together with PwC. And the report concludes that the financial industry obviously has a great potential still in how it uses its position, and through products and services that can move resource-intensive industries in a more sustainable direction. And it also refers to data-driven products and the potential, since bank holds a lot of amounts of transaction data on customers' consumption patterns. So if you use this in a proper way and with an ethical mindset, you can tailor both advice and products and help customers to become more sustainable. And obviously this has already started. So I just had a few examples, and I have a few examples from which I think is interesting. One of them is from Klarna, where they have a collaboration with Doconomy, which I'm sure you're familiar with, where you can see your carbon footprint when it comes to your shoppings. I know Sparebanken MIT Norway and Nordea has basically the same things, and these examples raises awareness and will nudge people to hopefully take more sustainable choices when it comes to their spendings. Another example is from Triodos Bank, who publishes details about all the companies they finance, so customers can track their money and how it makes an impact on people and planet, and where the finances goes. And products like these are important because they educate and make customers aware which in turn will contribute to increased expectation when it comes to the traditional financial products that we see today. So when you get educated and you see what impact your money can have or what you spend them on, of course. And the report is also very clear on the advisory role, to go from a financial advisor to a sustainability advisor, to include sustainability issues and risks in the conversation with the customer. I mean, it will go for the whole scope of customers, from small private customers to big corporates, of course, and it's more complex the bigger they are, but it's about starting the conversation and having a talk about how a company's business model is rigged for the new EU regulation, or how climate policy will affect the business model to your customer. On a private basis, it might be a person building a new house, upgrading his house. What kind of measures can they do to get a green loan, for example, a better loan? And is there different material selections, energy saving measures? And we know some companies have started already, but there is a long way to go. I only took with me Eidsberg Sparebank, who started to include sustainability in the dialogue with their companies, most of them SMBs, of course, but it turned out that 80% of the customers had never, ever thought about the sustainability consequences, risks. So there is a great potential to just start the conversation, upskilling, of course, the staff in finance to do these to have these talks. Before I finish up, I'd like to mention the last report we Finansforbundet did together with Circular Norway. And it was funded actually partly by BI Stiftelsen, so we're very happy for that. And it's the financial industry as a driving force for circular economy. And it concludes that Norway is not positioned for the EU's regulatory development that sets the terms for both finance and businesses in the near future. And the more interesting for the finance sector is that you can see that the competence is not good enough, and the linear risk is rarely assessed, and the financial industry seem to have an incomplete understanding of circular economy. Even though we can also see that the interest is increasing. So the report is open for a download and includes a roadmap with recommendations to the financial sector, so who they can consider to maneuver and accelerate the transition to a circular economy, because the possibilities are so many. But little is possible without a knowledge boost, a competence boost in the financial sector. So I'm going to stop with that, Carolina, and give the word to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nanna. You are, I'm hearing that there is such a great increase in the interest for ESG, but I also hear that it's a lack of knowledge and need for education. And that's where BI comes in. We are ready to take that, to contribute in that setting. So have a look at our course overview of our courses. You also talk about smaller funds, smaller banks, at least relative to the Norwegian oil fund. And the Norwegian oil fund owning 1.4% of the world's shares, right? Yeah. And you have a great, this fund has a great impact on how companies are going to act, what is demanded of the companies. And when the oil fund started focusing on the ESGs, I guess it's like more than 20 years ago, people were kind of like, what is this about? And then now thinking about how much that has changed. And we're so happy today to have Ola Mestad to share with us more about how the oil fund has been working on environmental issues, especially when it comes to climate issues. And you are a professor at the University of Oslo and also headed the Council for Ethics in the
oil fund for 4 years, and also reviewed the performance of the oil fund on ethical issues. And from the social part of view, we're talking a lot about climate issues, but you have headed the Transparency Act Committee, and that the new law on transparency will actually have a great impact on social issues in societal setting. So please come up and share with us the guidelines for the oil fund.
Thank you very much. And it's really fun to be here and addressing this issue about basically about how climate fits into the governance of the Norwegian government pension fund global, the oil fund. And it doesn't fit completely into it actually. So what I'm going to address is how has the fund tried to handle climate-related issues, and what's the government's proposal now for going forwards? This one should change the slide, shouldn't it? Or what should I do? Den svære grønne, ja. Veldig bra. Thank you. Just some facts and figures first. Probably most of you know this, but anyway, it's the basis. It's the fund is currently yesterday invested in 9,338 companies. The value of the overall fund, that's not just shares, but most of it is shares, 11.9 billion Norwegian kroner. So I say the fund holds up approximately 1.3% of all of the world's listed companies. So it's not all of the world's companies, but it's the listed companies. But anyway, that's quite substantial. And the management structure, the way it's set up, is that it's the Minister of Finance which actually sort of has the mandate as a starting point for the oil fund. And the minister then writes a mandate, which I'll come back to Norges Bank, the Central Bank of Norway. And that's very detailed in many respects. So that's basically how the fund is set up. That's actually governed by the Minister of Finance, but normally if things go very well, the Minister of Finance emphasizes their role, but when it doesn't do it that well, then it's more up to the bank. So, I mean, that's very natural, of course. So, but what you do about responsible investment in this relationship, well, that's managed by the central bank, NBIM, which is very often quoted. That means Norges Bank Investment Management. That's just a part of the central bank, but it's the largest part. It's more employees than all other parts of the bank now. So what does the bank then do? Well, it states in formal documents its expectations to the investee companies. It exercises ownership rights, and it excludes some companies from the universe which it is allowed to invest in. And then you have on the other side the ethical guidelines. They are specific guidelines developed in 2004 and then revised on a couple of occasions, among other things last year. And under the ethical guidelines, the bank gets advice from an independent council on ethics. That's on exclusions or observations. There's been a tension since 2004 on whether this should be an internal part of what the bank does or whether it should be external. Historically, the advice was given to the Minister of Finance, and then the finance instructed the bank not to invest in such and such companies. Now they come a bit closer. The argument against setting up the council within the bank has typically been that fund managers, they don't want any restrictions. So there would be a tendency that they would not accept exclusions. They would say, let's just talk to them. But they don't take anything out of our mandate. So then we have the current climate problems. I'm not addressing I take them for granted that you know of them. But the existing setup is not appropriate. That's the basic problem for the fund, actually. The ethical guidelines and the mandate of the fund, those are the two documents that actually govern how the fund is run. And then there are more detailed documents on a lower level. But I would say that neither the ethical guidelines or the mandate is fully up to the challenges that we see now. And also the government knows this. So the government has addressed this in a report to Parliament, which will be discussed on the 13th of June. So stortingsmelding, I got a reference later in the presentation. But the starting point for the current government was that in its policy platform, it said that the oil fund shall adopt a long-term goal of zero emissions from the companies in which it invests. So it's a goal for the fund as an owner in all these companies that there should be this long-term goal. Let's see first what has been done. What sort of are the errors in the existing way of handling it? I remember when I stepped down as leader of the Council on Ethics, we wrote a letter or whatever, a document to the Minister of Finance, where we said that the current most difficult issue is related to climate. Because we had an environmental damage clause in the guidelines, but environment and climate, how do you think about the relationship between those two? So these are the rules, these are the current rules. Companies may be excluded or placed under observation. Observation means that you really follow up and report on how are they doing on these and these topics. If there is an unacceptable risk that the company contributes to or is responsible for, then severe environmental damage, that's been there since 2004, that's the old criterion. And then the fairly new one, responsible for acts or emissions that on an aggregate company level lead to unacceptable greenhouse gas emissions. Well, anyway, this was what we see here with respect to the unacceptable greenhouse gas emissions. That was the first initiative really to address that problem specifically, that you could exclude companies that were responsible for unacceptable greenhouse gas emissions. That's been extremely difficult really to apply. Council on Ethics has written on several occasions that what is the unacceptable greenhouse gas emission level? And it's only led to 4 exclusions, all of them related to oil sand in Canada, and the way it's been approached is that you say much more severe greenhouse gas emissions than other parts of industry. That's sort of the comparison that's been done. And then we have the coal exclusion, which is managed by Norges Bank. Observation or exclusion may be decided for mining companies and power producers which themselves or consolidated through entities they control, either derive 30% or more of their income from thermal coal, etc., etc., different technical sort of non-discretionary criteria. And this has led to 72 companies having been excluded, basically large coal producers. And there's also some movement within this exclusion, because some companies then develop and sort of have a lower production from coal. But anyway, this has been the most important part of exclusions. But this doesn't mean necessarily that exclusions is the only way to handle the issue. So what does the fund more do? It exercises its own. I mean, being a shareholder, of course, then you can vote, you can discuss with companies' boards, and especially discussion with companies' boards and top management. That is the way NBIM has been managing this. And of course, they don't talk to all their 9,000 industry companies, but they choose basically the larger ones or very difficult ones. And they work through voting, which is not so key right now, but they also have these expectation documents. There's a range of expectation documents issued by the bank on climate, and the two important ones in this respect on climate change and on biodiversity and ecosystems. The biodiversity expectation document was issued last year, and the climate change document was revised last year. These are bases for discussions between the oil fund and the companies in which they invest. They communicate them to everyone. They are public. You can just download them from the homepage. But they are also then sort of structuring the expectations that the fund has towards companies. And it's a very difficult problem really for the bank to communicate what is the outcome of these discussions, because in one way they are confidential, of course. On the other hand, there should be knowledge about how does this work. But anyway, this is some way of putting pressure, of course, on companies. And what has then the government now proposed in parliamentary report, eller stortingsmelding number 9, 2021-22, which was out just last month. And there are a set of points here. Norges Bank must establish principles for managing and measuring climate risk. I actually think they've done that already, but this is when the Minister of Finance sums up what should be done. Further, the responsible management of the fund should be based on a long-term goal in line with net global zero emissions in accordance with the Paris Agreement. This is my translation, but you see it's quite fine-tuned what they say. So further, regular reporting on these issues should be done, including forecasts, which is an important idea with respect to reporting. Of course, it's forward-looking type of reporting. Further, the fund should report on the principles and assessments underlying participation in climate-related initiatives. There's always a discussion, should the oil fund take part in different important investor initiatives, and historically they've been a bit reluctant. Over the last years they've taken more part. They have one problem, of course, since they are a sovereign wealth fund. I mean it's a government fund. It's not even a fund actually. It's just the government money, but anyway. So they cannot disclose as much as they can, as much as a private company can. So they have some problems when coordinating with other investors. But anyway, they've gone further on that, and they should report on which associations are you working with. Then they should be reporting on the work on climate risk in line with recognized standards. And this relates somewhat to what Nanna just talked about. Reporting should be seen in light of the EU taxonomy. But it's too early now to assess the application of the taxonomy with respect to the fund. But of course they know about this, and they are really trying to figure out how will that work for the oil fund as such. And then the last part, responsible investment by NBIM should be assessed regularly, which is very sensible, of course. So this is what the government has proposed to Parliament. The structure in governing the oil fund is that there's a yearly report like this one on all aspects really of the fund, and then the Finance Committee of Parliament discusses it and often gives some recommendations or ideas or whatever, consents, and then there's normally no voting in Parliament. There was a voting on tobacco production historically, but normally there's no voting. You sort of get the idea what what does the majority want or not, and then the Ministry of Finance decides on how to implement the understanding that's been reached in Parliament. Here, of course, it may be interesting if there will be more pressure from some of the more climate-oriented or interested parties or not, whether they will put any pressure on the government on these issues, because this is really what my reading. Karline said that I was from the oil fund. I'm not an insider anymore. Now I'm a researcher only, so I read documents and try to understand them. And my understanding is then that the fund will generally have the overall investment approach that it has had. It's a universal financial investor. It doesn't change into a climate instrument. Because you know, the whole idea of the fund is basically that it's like a boat sailing on all the global oceans. It just follows the markets basically, and then with a slight deviation up and down. So it's a universal financial investor. Typically, it takes it holds shares in all the large companies in the world, except those that are excluded, formally excluded, weapons industries, etc., tobacco, so on, and that will continue. But there will be more emphasis in the exercise of ownership rights on climate issues. And that will basically be the task of NBIM, of the central bank itself, since it's so much related to the discussions, the ownership of the exercise of the ownership rights, discussions with companies, putting pressure on them, and not so much on the Council on Ethics. I read this as that the Council on Ethics on this field, on the climate issues, will play a supplementary role only. We could see that from the exclusion basis with respect to climate green gas emissions, which hasn't worked very well actually, and that has probably to do with the idea that it's conduct that should be changed. It's not just you're just too bad, which is the basic idea of the exclusions. So what will then happen is that the mandate of the fund will be changed accordingly. The mandate will be changed based on the parliamentary report, of course, and then the discussions in Parliament. So there will be some new instructions written into the mandate by the Ministry of Finance. It will be interesting to see how detailed they will be. My guess is that they won't be that detailed actually. They will just give a direction, and in practice it will be very much up to NBIM, to the central bank itself, to see how that will be implemented. And so the 13th of June will all be in the Storting, of course, following this discussion. Thank you.
So, stay put. Thank you so much, Ola. That was, come up, Nanna. Interesting to hear, especially since you're not in the fund inside anymore. You can speak more openly, more transparent. Yeah. So now, okay, we'll start with a few questions. I see there are lots of questions up there, but several of you asked, like, how to define and measure climate risk. Nanna, what's your take on that?
Oh, yeah, that's a kind of a big question, of course, and there are many frameworks for doing that. I know, financial industry is obviously in the forefront in many ways in the climate risk scenarios. I was thinking about the transitional climate risk, which I was talking about a bit in my presentation when it comes to the EU regulations, of course, coming up if if we are not positioned with knowledge and cultures and process and products in the financial industry, we miss the opportunity to also influence smaller businesses to be prepared for what's coming from the EU. And of course, in Norway, we're lagging a bit behind since we have the new law for sustainable finance, which is not yet put in force in Norway, but coming later this year, hopefully. But this is a risk, I would say, because it's so many new laws and requirements coming for the financial sector, both for climate and from the EU, that they don't really know where to start, I think, and they start a bit too late, and the risk is obviously that you're lagging behind and you miss great opportunities, and
Yeah, it's necessary to make it profitable, otherwise nobody wants to invest even though they want to. It doesn't work that way. So for you, Ola, there's a question here. To what extent does the development of the governance of the oil fund answers call from earlier today of a strong and smart state? How do you think about that?
Yes, or is it the state, or is it as a private investor? Is it governance? I mean, that's one of the funny things about the oil fund, of course. Is it really politics, government politics, or is it an investor, like a private investor? And the whole idea has been that it's nearly like a private investor, not influenced, at least not by detailed politics. And currently there's even a government-appointed commission headed by Professor Ulf Sverdrup, or Director Ulf Sverdrup, looking into sort of the policy implications of what we're doing. But I think that what you see, I think historically, is that the oil fund is an important mover in different connections. We looked into some years ago, 1.4 or 1.3% of all listed shares. But in large companies, the oil fund is very often maybe the second or third largest shareholder. And very often it's the only shareholder who is interested in what the company is doing, apart from financial reporting. So I think in some, normally I like to talk down the importance of the oil fund because it's been talked so much about Norwegian politics, but it is important internationally, especially being very often the only investor who really asks questions. And I think that is part of turning an agenda. Is it but is it really sort of replying the calls from earlier today? I think that's the dilemma for the government. Actually, they want the fund to continue as a financial investor, but still sort of put pressure on these climate issues, for example, human rights issues, as we've seen, anti-corruption, of course. But climate is now difficult, but climate is also, because it's so political, or so you can't just identify one or two bad companies like you can do under exclusion. So, but I think it is part of it anyway. Part of that movement. But I just want to add also, you talk about reporting. What the expectation document of the oil fund says about the climate expectations is that addressing climate goals and the Paris Agreement should be part of companies' policy. So that's what they are checking. It should be part of their risk management systems, included in their general risk management system. There should be reporting on data and on processes addressing this. So it's a fairly short document, 3 or 4 pages maybe. But it addresses sort of issues that you really talk about. And when a large investor, a large shareholder requires this sort of move, so even though the company doesn't necessarily change its conduct, but at least it also being reported about, may change conduct afterwards, because there will be much more pressure on them. So it's a delicate way of changing policy. Long reply, and the question is even more difficult.
When you talk about ESG and investment criteria here, it's a lot about risk reduction. How to get, it's not about business opportunities, it's about like exclusion of sectors, it's about observation, and it's also about governance, and that's kind of what you talked a little bit about now. What would you, and we also see with the oil fund excluding tobacco, for instance, has led to a lower profit than if it wasn't excluded. But where do you think that, and both of you think that the greatest potential for the upside, not the risk reduction, but the potential new business and profitability, which several of the comments here is about how to make the green change profitable for even also for small companies? It's a big question this time too, but then you can choose to how you attack it or respond.
I can do a short answer, okay? But I mean, for finance, it's obviously the risk perspective, which is the most important one and the easiest to talk about. But where I come from in the presentation I had, if you talk to financial advisors, to talk to their customer and help them to transform, will mitigate the risk the bank have, but also it will help the transition to a more sustainable society. Also taking care of transitional risks when it comes to requirements, but I mean, there will also be great opportunities as we move towards Paris and a climate neutral future, of course. But there are, it's difficult in the financial sector because I mean, the opportunities are there, but the things measure mostly in risks, of course. So this is something you have to do with dialogue in the start, I guess, and hopefully to turn that cultural thing also.
With respect to the oil fund, it's not only about risks, although that's important. One of the ideas with the universal investor, being invested in 9,000 companies, is that you should also, that makes it possible to take part in new important developments and growth. So several of the companies that it's invested in are sort of testing companies in a way. I mean, not really new startups, that would not be anything for the oil fund, but fairly small companies, which they follow, I think, quite closely. In some sectors, they follow what's really happening here. So in that sense, at least, it's part of also the opportunities, and seen from sort of managing the Norwegian people's pensions. It's not related to pensions, actually, it's just a name, but anyway, it's forward-looking. And then, so it's really important for the DNA in the fund is really to find or to be part of new developments, not to identify each and one, but sort of be open for picking it up, because the mandate is linked to index management, but it's not on company level, not on each and every company as such. So the long tail, as they say, with smaller companies will really open up for the opportunities, but there's no specific strategy that we only go for these climate-friendly companies, for example.
The oil fund has been a trendsetter in the financial sector, pushing other companies to, or making other smaller investors follow what the pension fund has done. But now we have 42 seconds left, and I think, like, if you can answer very shortly, briefly, what do you think is the most important contribution of the pension fund in changing companies? Is it the exclusion, observation, or the work on governance?
With respect to climate, I think it's the work on governance.
Yeah, the governance part. Yeah. Okay, I think we'll wrap up here. Thank you so much for your contribution. It's a big question, but I think you really zoomed in here, so thanks a lot. And so far, or up to now, we looked at the challenges and also some opportunities, but now we zoom even more into opportunities and hands-on experience. And we're going to see how academic institution research can come up with new ideas for new business opportunities. We're going to have sales pitches here, and I give the word to Katinka Grønli. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we move from policy and finance into innovation and the role that universities can have, especially on the educational side. And we're going to start up with Henning Hverven. He is co-founder and COO of Next Fuel AB. He has a long background from energy and oil, from ConocoPhillips and Exxon, but also a strong heart and long career in entrepreneurial activities. He was at MIT Sloan School of Management back in 1974 and to 75, and where they say it's about ideas that are made to matter. At MIT Sloan, they discover tomorrow's interesting and important challenges and opportunities. And I guess this is what Henning Hverven and Next Fools aim for when they are presenting their innovative fast track in order to replace current burning of fossil fuels with next fuels. So, Henning, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Katinka. Nice to be here. Good crowd, both here physically and on the internet, I understand. Let me see. Yep. This is a little quickie on my background. In addition to working on Next Fuel, I'm active on the board of MIT Alumni Club of Norway. And we hope to accomplish quite a few things there too. We know that innovations have increased the well-being of mankind. And here are three examples of how innovations increased the GDP per person in the world. We also know that there are other innovations which has caused changes. Back in the 80s, we had the development of coal, which then could replace and save the forest, and later oil, which some people may say saved the whale. So now what we are looking at is what's really the solution. We know that the world is not on track to reach the Paris Agreement. And why is that? Well, one of the reasons at least is that over 80% of the energy market is based on the burning of fossil fuel. And why is that? It's because almost all the energy today, infrastructure, is based on the burning of fossil fuel. So how are we really going to solve this? What is the solution? We strongly believe, and it's not only we, I think more and more people in the world agree on this, that there are a few key issues which needs to be addressed in order to provide the solution, which happens soon enough. One is that we need to have a solution which is massively scalable. It needs to be commercial without subsidies. It needs to replace the use of fossil fuel, oil, coal, and gas. And it needs to be usable directly into the existing energy infrastructure, because if not, it will take too long and it will cost too much. And on top of all that, we also have to have a solution which removes more CO2 from the atmosphere than what is emitted when it's burnt. So what is the solution? Well, our solution is to give the world something else to burn. As I said, otherwise it will take too long. And just to wrap up a few of the issues, it must be cheaper than fossil fuel in most markets. And it needs to be, as I said, directly usable in today's energy infrastructure. And it needs to provide a profitable biological carbon capture. So our technology breakthrough started more than 10 years ago. It was a technology which was originally developed by an Austrian consortium who looked at using wood as a raw material. But as we all know, the use of wood as a raw material to replace fossil fuel is really not sustainable. It's not enough waste wood available, and we cannot start cutting down all the forest in the world. So we are basing our solution on raw material which is residual or waste from agricultural activities, but also on forest residuals. But maybe most importantly, based on energy crops, which has a productivity per hectare, which is 10 to 100 times what you see from forest. And we are then, within less than 30 minutes, in our patented reactor, converting organic material to a clean copy of fossil fuel, which then can replace coal in coal-fired power plants with none or very minor investment or changes. It can replace coal in the production of cement so that we have green cement, and it can replace coal in steel production so we also have green steel. We have tested successfully more than 30 different kinds of biomass as raw materials. We haven't found any so far which we can not use, and we have, you see on the slide here, some examples of what has been used. From a climate perspective, the most effective is to use so-called C4 plants, which are plants like elephant grass or miscanthus, for instance, which grows up to 4 meters in 100 days. And it can grow on marginal land areas which cannot be used for agricultural purposes, so there is no food for energy competition here. And it stores a large percentage of the CO2 offtake in the ground. It can thereby reduce deforestation and increase areas usable for agricultural purposes. There are specialists who have told us and showed examples where if you grow elephant grass for 10-15 years in one area, rather than then planting new elephant grass, you have stored so much carbon in the ground so you can start using that area without fertilizer for up to 5 years for agricultural purposes. Again, we often receive the question, well, is there really enough biomass available? And the clear answer that the specialists are telling us, a clear yes, when you look at all the marginal land available in the world. And here you see listed some of the marginal land in different parts of the world and the availability of biomass raw materials. So I was asked also to say a little about the technology. Here is a process flow of a next fuel production line. Depending on the raw material we are using, we could have some pre-treatment, some washing or whatever, depending on the requirement from the end user. And then it goes through a dryer to have a constant moisture content, and then through the patented rotating drum reactor. So what differentiates our technology from other so-called torrefaction technology? The main secret is inside that drum, where we have a huge heat transfer surface compared to the size, so we have a much higher scalability and throughput ability in this compared to the size of the reactor itself. One such reactor, which is about 4 meters in diameter and 12-14 meters in length, has an annual throughput capacity of 60,000 to 80,000 tons per year. And it has a very low throughput and has a very high mass and energy balance. And then depending on the end user, it can go through a briquetting machine, or in some cases that is not necessary. So we feel that there are many benefits and opportunities with this patented technology. Some of them are listed on the right hand side here. You convert raw biomass and you get much higher calorific value. You have a product which can be transported and stored outdoors just like coal, contrary to woody briquettes or pellets. And you have a much higher carbon content and much higher bulk density. All of these are important for logistics cost purposes. In addition, you have lower volatile matters, which is important in many aspects, and you reduce the chlorine and the sulfur content by 80 to 90%, which is really important when we talk about steel making or using the fuel to avoid the corrosion problems and so forth. In addition to this, you have, of course, a much lower much lower moisture content. Here's just listed some of the comparisons between woody biomass or wood pellets and the torrefied pellets, torrefied briquettes that we would be producing. And you see on the right-hand side there, contributing to green cement, green steel, green electricity. So this slide just shows how our product can be CO2 negative or carbon negative, and it's mainly due to the fact that we not only replace fossil fuel, but we actually remove a lot of CO2 in the process itself. So how can next fuel outcompete coal? It's many reasons for that. Some is transportation issues. Many places they are importing coal, transporting it over land for long distances, and that's and the other are listed here. So what are we looking at in Europe? When in Europe you have a lot of coal-fired power plants which has to either close down and write off all the investments, or they can invest hundreds of millions of euros to convert to woody biomass, which is really not sustainable, or they can convert to next fuel briquettes, invest nothing, keep the workforce, and continue to produce electricity. And one point relatively few people are aware of, you can not just replace coal-fired power plant with solar panels and so forth, because an important product of coal-fired power plant is heat. And by continuing using it the way it is, you can avoid that problem. So it's been a decade of interesting development. I've been involved in this project for 11 years. Now we're ready to really scale it up. We have the first plant being constructed, and it's financed by a Finnish listed company with plans to start off in Finland and then move on to other parts of the world. So you see on the right-hand column here, we have received a lot of interest from media all over the world. We have been receiving several awards. Green Award in Berlin in 2019. We were awarded last year the most interesting and the creative company within renewable energy in Sweden. So we are looking forward to the future and providing the solution. So if you have any questions, you see my contact details here. So I'll be welcome any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. And here's a bit of chocolate for you.
Thank you.
So now we will move on to the younger generation, and we will have 6 pitches from 7 students, and they're representing different universities across the whole Oslo region. And they will tell us about different solutions or maybe contributions that their thesis or research can provide in this towards realizing a sustainable green transition. And after these 6 pitches, we're going to ask all of you to take up your cell phones and then vote for the best pitch. We are on a bit of a tight schedule, so to the students, be ready. The first one up is a PhD student, Matthew Diel, and he's from Oslo School of Architecture and Design. So if you come up.
Thanks very much. This is not a sales pitch. This is more like a discussion of ideas. And it's really, I wrote it while you all were speaking, so it's really a response to the day, and 3 minutes is impossible, so I'm just going to get started. So the first thing I wanted to say is Earth for all. Who are we talking about when we say all? And if it's not all living things on the planet, then we're really in trouble. So one of the things my research is doing is looking at more than human discourses and multi-species discourses and asking about who that is when we're talking about the all. So my work in architecture is talking about a post-human architecture, and post-humanism here doesn't mean after human or without human, it means after anthropocentrism, so after human exceptionalism, the idea that we need to include all living things in the way that we think about our lives because our lives are earthbound. The second thing is Jørgen and Espen had a lot of slides about a new form of agriculture, and I believe this is it. And like many things, it's a very old form of agriculture. Historically, this was just called a family garden or a village garden, but since the 1980s, it's been called agroforestry or food forestry, and it's a form of cultivation that was the norm in the indigenous world before imperial colonialism produced food and building materials for human settlement in other ways. So this particular food forest in southern Morocco is a man-made, self-sustaining ecosystem of edible and useful plants that is so old, its origins are at least 2,000 years old and probably much older. As a continuous living place, this is a broadbean meadow under date palms with hundreds of species of edible plants. So the third thing is that Espen said about his diagram of the for Earth that there was a problem, which was each issue was assessed and addressed as though the others didn't matter. And I want to follow that by arguing that this is because of our colonial heritage and our colonial tendencies. The indigenous scholar Dwayne Donald says that we have all been colonized, and that's because colonialism is not just an imperial force, it is the extended project of disconnection. So we've learned to deny the importance of connections as earthbound beings. So Sandrine said that we shouldn't have only one way of one theory for change, but for me there is one overarching theory of change, which is that I'm excited about, which is the opposite of the extended project of disconnection, which is of course the extended project of connection, a project of cultivating new ways of being rather than solutionism that looks at resolving problems with our existing ways of being. So in this way, unfortunately, Dr. Emmanuel Chao's story about Sisal is a classic tale of colonial disconnection. We forgot about sustainable agricultural and textile materials, and in place of them, devastated landscapes. Fourth, Sandrine spoke of complexivism, and I want to argue that complexivism is at home here. This is a man-made ecosystem. It's neither culture versus nature, nor is it rewilding without humans. It's a human cultural landscape in the same way that beavers make beaver cultural landscapes. So this is, as I said, this is date palms over broad beans. If you think, oh, where do I click? Big green button. Or the other green button. If you think that it can't exist outside the tropics, this is in Trondheim. There's 2,000 species of edible plants in this garden, and the man who grows these plants, who's called Stephen Barstow, is totally self-sufficient on fruits and vegetables. And this is my own garden in Oslo. So what does food forestry have to do with architecture? The answer to me is possibly everything. And at the heart of this is the cultivation of connections where the products for human settlement come from, where the products of human settlement come from, and how their production is part of a diverse and bioregional ecosystem. This is not just about supporting an agricultural evolution, although I am supporting an agricultural evolution. In my research, I'm asking what broader applications are there for the idea of gardens and the gardener. So what is the economist gardener? What is the politician gardener? What is the architect gardener? And what is what is the citizen gardener? What do these things mean for the way that we think about the world, who is in it, and how we cultivate the connections in the world? So here on this site is a garden, but most of all, the project is about building networks and the learning that it creates. So we make connections. We're planning a garden. We're engaged with networks of growers, building capacity in the Nordic food forestry culture, and we're building a radically sustainable house in this garden, which does the same with the materials and methods it deploys in a plant-forward post-human architecture. So my PhD is called Architectural Imagination After Human Exceptionalism, and I would love to make connections with anyone who wants to talk about that.
Thank you for really sharing your thoughts and developing your arguments on today's topic, Matthew. That was spot on, 5 minutes, impressive. So the next one up is our two girls. It's master students Silje Arnesen Haug and Kristin Askvik Hansen, and they are from BI Norwegian Business School.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Silje, this is Kristin. We'll take you on a speed date with the ragworms. These little creatures, they live in the natural habitat close to the salmon in Norway. And SINTEF has been doing some research on feeding them sludge waste from the Norwegian fish farms. And very nerdy. And my task was to make a financial analysis of the potential of industrial upscale under Per Espen, and with the help of Kristin, who's been doing her master thesis on the subject.
Eat worms.
Eat worms. Yeah, in something. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, so we've had a growth in the Norwegian salmon industry in the past years, and with the demand for food for these fish that we breed. And the estimates for the future is that it's going to be a 6-fold increase by 2050. And we want you to eat fish instead of red meat, of course. And we also see that a lot of the food today is now based on plant-based proteins, such as soy, which has a huge climatic impact. And also, a lot of the nutrients from the fish feed that we give to this fish is actually spilled over into the surrounding waters in production. So there's a potential for making use of this spillover, and that's where the beautiful little worms come into the picture. So if we can feed them sludge waste from the fish farms, then we'll be able to utilize the nutrition spillovers, and the worm make quite good use of it and make proteins, marine fatty acid, and lipids that we can feed back into the fish instead of the soy. So Kristin will tell you a little bit about the circularity.
Yeah, and in this context, it's nice to see that the Norwegian Research Council placed a report called Havbruk 2. I don't know how to translate that one, where they, in 2016, introduced under point 6 need for new feed ingredients for the fish industry. It also aimed to increase the resource utilization, circular mindset, and reduce the waste, and potentially the greenhouse emission connected to the feed ingredients. This smart figure is a bit funny way to illustrate the circular perspective of the both the model from SINTEF and also the thesis that we are working on. The circular model shows that the waste and the water produced from the fish farm is the resource into the ragworm production, and based by 2 different scenario prototypes. The research based in Norway is looked upon from Delta Farm in the Netherlands, where they have ragworm production in big concrete ponds open to the environment and the climate. But the SINTEF project uses a shelf system that it's a bit different and more, and uses optimizes the
breeding process.
Breeding
so it's a little bit easier to take control of them.
Yeah.
Shall I go? And we made 4 scenarios for industrial production in Norway. 2 of them are based on the low-cost scenario from Delta Farms in big concrete ponds, 10 times 450 meters. And then the medium and and high cost is based by the shelving system from SINTEF. The low cost, I'll have to speed it up. The low cost is a concrete pond with a tent above it to make sure that it doesn't freeze to death. And in the low cost plus, we have also a water circular system and also water heating. In the medium cost, we have used shelves, Per Espen used from Areol. Yes, second-hand. And in the high cost, of course, there's a very special system from Alvestad Marine, which is made for breeding, and with a circular water system also for that, and robotic harvest. This is the most interesting part, I guess, for you. With a 50% green fund from Innovation Norge, we have calculated that the low-cost scenario is the only one which shows green numbers. But it has no heat control, high mortality, obviously, and a very low yield. And if we go to the low cost plus, which has a water circulation system, it also ends up with a very high operational cost, as the electricity price is really high now. If we look to the medium cost, this would be probably the most suitable one for Norwegian production. It has a minus 1 million of profit. But I guess the question is, since it has higher yield and low carbon footprint because there's no big pond of concrete, probably you should take the discussion further on, Per Espen, whether it should be the price or the quality and the low carbon footprint of the feed factor that should determine if this is what we want or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing fish waste to food. So the next one up is master student Jon Nordby, and he's also from BI Norwegian School of Business. There you are. I'm on the clicker.
Perfect. Can you hear me? Yes. I guess you can. I basically already won. You said now for the next generation. Thank you. Jørgen, I guess that's between you and I, where I'm next generation. Let's talk about war and beer and stuff. And all the important things that really matters. I'm so fortunate that I've had 2 meals today. And I'm also so fortunate that I will take a cold beer over old bread any day. I'm also so disfortunate that I live in a part of the world, and in Norway alone, we waste 170,000 loaves of bread per day. When I started to write this thesis a year ago, I was unaware that someone was going to invade someone else, and that actually resulted in 2 countries being at war. That amounts for about 25% of the world grain crops. That actually made my hunt for a better solution even more important. I did write about how to do like a toast day, like other companies that use bread into making beer. But I can do better. They use, all the recipes I've seen, they use about 40%. And why is that? Because when you malt barley, that will do the rest of the 60%, you need an enzyme. You actually create an enzyme by malting. And this little beauty, it's not my eye drops. Who's the old guy with the eye drops? That's me. That's the enzyme. It also comes from a mushroom. So what I've done is that I've taken 100% old bread, or at least in Norway, 1 day old is old, unfortunately, and made it into bread. So I had to see, is it possible? Is it financially viable? And is it scalable? Godt brød, good bread, actually gave me all the bread that I needed. So I was able to run a couple of scenarios. Yes, it's possible. Tastes like shit. But I know what the shit is. It's just the salt. And I know how to remove it, so I will turn the shit into the shit. It's possible with 100%. Normally, the 1 day old bread goes to pig farmers. They pick it up for free. I get it for free. I'll make it 68% cheaper than normal production of beer. And when I'm done with it, the pig farmer gets it. And he's equally happy. Is it scalable? 170,000 loaves of bread per day makes up to, if I use that, I can make 155 million liters of beer per year, which is 50% of all the beers consumed in Norway. So I take nothing, I give beer, pigs can get whatever I'm done with.
I become a billionaire.
Thank you.
economy, bread and beer for everybody. Perfect world. So, next we're going to hear from Siri Tronslind Sagbakken. She is a PhD student at Oslo Metropolitan University. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, hello. So I delivered my master's thesis last year in business and administration. And together with my supervisor, we rewrote my master thesis into a paper, which we got published in the Journal of Asset Management this year. And this is the paper I will present to you today. But first, why am I here today? How can we, as researchers in finance, contribute to a more sustainable world? Well, we can contribute through the investor side and through what we know as social responsible investment, SRI. SRI is also known as green investment, sustainable investment, ESG investment, impact investment, and so on. And SRI is about moving assets away from the companies harming society and moving the assets into companies actually doing good in society. And this is what we look into in our paper. We look into how investors spend their money in sin stocks. So, what is sin stocks then? Sin stocks, by definition, is stocks of companies in industries considered unethical or immoral. So traditionally, sin stocks are stocks in companies producing alcohol, tobacco, weapons, and in the gambling industry. What we do in our paper is that we also introduce a new kind of sin stock, namely the new sin stocks, the carbon-intensive industries. And I just, as an example here, show you a table from NBIM, Norwegian Bank Investment Management, Norges Bank Investment Management, to show how they deal with these sin stocks. So as you can see on the top row here, they exclude, as Ola mentioned earlier, they exclude coal companies, which is a new sin stock. And as you see on the bottom row, they also exclude companies producing tobacco, which is then a traditional sin stock. So for all of us in this room, I guess it's pretty obvious that you should not invest in these sin stocks. However, sin stocks have proven to be rather beneficial. The traditional sin stocks, weapon, gambling, alcohol, and tobacco, they generate higher returns than other stocks in general. So the Vitrum Global Fund is a fund that actually only invests in these traditional sin stocks. And you find articles all over the internet telling you what sin stocks you should invest in right now. So what we try to answer, the question we try to answer in our paper is, well, if the traditional sin stocks are beneficial, are also the new sin stocks, the carbon-intensive stocks, acting like this? Are they also beneficial and generating higher returns? And I will not go into the details now of our methodology or of our findings, but I would love to do it. So just ask me afterwards if you have any questions. So I'll just go straight to the main findings and the implications of these findings. So, 1. We find now of the carbon-intensive stocks, meaning that investors don't have to be afraid of not investing in these carbon-intensive industries because you do not give up a high return in exchange of leaving these companies out. In sum, investors can do well financially by doing good for society. Number 2, we also see that some special investors shy away from these carbon-intensive stocks. They move their assets or their money away from the carbon-intensive industries and over to renewable energy industries. And the policymakers in Europe should be aware of this downward trend for the carbon-intensive industries and use this to ensure a smoother shift in the labor market from the carbon-intensive sectors and over to the renewable energy sectors. And main finding number 3, and this is very important, the divestment exclusion policy in itself is not enough. So it is not enough to just don't invest in these carbon-intensive industries. You should also be actively engaged in the industries and companies you actually invest in. So as a social responsible investor, you should use your voting rights, you should have dialogue with your companies, and you should follow up on their decisions to make sure that they make the right decisions. Yes, thank you.
Thanks to Siri, and to show us that we can really just ban all those sin investments and move on to better solutions without any financial risk. So, next one up is master student Peder Tellefsdal from Norwegian Business School.
Years ago, a group of Scandinavians conquered Europe, not by working harder, but by working smarter. Today, the Vikings are known to the Netflix generation merely as brutal warriors, but the truth is, their innovative boat building laid the foundation for Norway's maritime legacy. In the 18th century, Norway took the lead in the European market for sail ships when times demanded more effective shipping of goods and services. After World War II, when a long period of linear growth in the Western economy created a market for recreational boats, we led the transition from wooden boats to plastic boats. Norway has been the face of every major boating revolution in modern history. And today we face another revolution, sustainable electric boating. Except this time nobody seems to care. Norway has pledged to reduce emissions by 50% in every sector in the next 8 years. And by 2050, as you all know, we will no longer be emitting fossil fuels. Everyone knows it's coming, even the folks in the traditional boating industry. Can you imagine 20 years from now owning a boat that leaks oil into the water, that creates so much noise pollution you can't even carry on a conversation with your wife, and is built of materials that can't even be reused? I think future generations will look at us like barbarians. And yet, when companies today are asked to develop sustainable boating solutions, they act like it can't be done. Somehow, people believe sustainable boating is both inevitable and impossible. So, where is the Elon Musk of boating? Well, actually, he's in Florø. Meet Leif, he quit the C-suite job in the oil industry and co-founded Evoy in 2018. Their goal is to make sustainable boating irresistible. A couple of weeks ago, he invited me for a ride in his boat. You'd expect it to be lame compared to a powerful gas-powered boat, but instead his 800 horsepower full electric engine did more than 60 knots. I was like all over the place. It was so cool. And made virtually no sound. So, many people in traditional boating believe it's impossible to make fast and fun electric boats because it takes so much energy to move the boat through the water. And to be fair, it does. So why don't we make a boat that flies? That's what Sweden did. Tell me, Espen, you wouldn't feel like James Bond riding this boat. Huh? So these boats and many more are available for demo rides in Arendal in June this year. So should you invest in this innovation? Norway, in relation to its population, and I guess you didn't know that, is the single largest market in the world for leisure boats. Look at the numbers. 11% CAGR, and an expected global growth of more than 30 billion euros in the next years. Most of the boating industry is treating sustainable electric boating like an incremental innovation, but it's not. It's a disruptive innovation. Just like it was 70 years ago. In 1953, a young engineer from Grimstad went on a study trip to the States. He was introduced to a new material called fiberglass. Back home, he built a prototype in his garage. At first, nobody took him seriously because everyone knew that the future of wooden leisure boats was, of course, even better wooden leisure boats. But fiberglass made it possible to build hulls for greater speed. The engines got bigger, the boats got much easier to maintain and much cheaper. So in 1954, Norway's first plastic boat industry started producing boats on Tromøya in Arendal. And 16 years later, In 1970, we were the center of a European or international plastic boat industry. In fact, we were the single largest exporter of such boats to the European market. And today, plastic boats still dominate. But 16 years from now, they will be a thing of the past. And the question is, will Norway once again lead the way like we've done so many times before? Yes, we can, and we should. We need a wake-up call for the early market, for the politicians, and not least for the investors. So, my final point. That's why we made Lydløs, which is an arena for future boating. And I'm also leading the Electric Boating Business Network with your help, guys. Norway will once again be a main player in the European boat market, creating new jobs, building business, and establishing green growth. Thank you.
So, that was fun, fast, and silent boating. So, last PhD student on the floor is Caroline Kvande from the University of Oslo. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
And then when she's done, please come up again, all who have presented.
Hi. You see this flame behind me? That is the typical flame coming from methane being burned at oil production sites. And when methane is burned, it's because when methane is recovered as a side product from oil production, it is better to burn it to create CO2 and water than to send methane directly into the atmosphere. So this occurs. So this occurs all over the world every day, and this causes actually more than 400 million tons of CO2 equivalents to be released into the atmosphere annually. That is the same as 1% of the global CO2 emissions. So the reason why methane is burned is because it's so costly to try to process it into something else on these sites. So, and one of the main reasons for this is because it's so costly to transport gas from remote areas. So it would be very nice if we could convert methane into something liquid, because that's much easier to transport. So this is methane. It's a very simple molecule. It consists of carbon, one carbon atom, and 4 hydrogens. The bond between carbon and hydrogen is very strong, so it requires a lot of energy to try to break it. So to break it, we need to use a strong oxidant or a good catalytic material that could reduce the activation energy barrier to break this bond. But imagine that we had oxygen. Oxygen is a good oxidant and is able to break this bond. The simplest thing we can make from this is methanol. Now, methanol is a simple alcohol, and it's actually the reason why you guys shouldn't be drinking moonshine. But it is also a liquid at room temperature. And it is one of the main, or a big building unit for the chemical industry. So, a dream reaction, basically. The problem is that the carbon and hydrogen bond in methanol is weaker than the carbon-hydrogen bond in methane. So when we start to add a lot of oxygen into this reaction, it will start to react with methanol instead and finally form CO2. And then we're back to square one. So we need to find a way to limit the amount of oxygen present so that we can form methanol and nothing further. And that's where this material comes in. This is a powder that you can look at with the naked eye. You can touch it, it's not dangerous. It's called zeolites, and zeolites are amazing rocks. So if we zoom into the zeolite, it's basically is a 3D crystalline framework that consists of thousands of channels and tunnels through the framework. And these tunnels are big enough for small molecules to enter, such as oxygen and methane. So if I now place some copper atoms strategically along the tunnel walls, we can then introduce oxygen. And oxygen will stick to the copper atoms, and we will form what we call a copper oxosite. And these sites are actually strong enough to break the bond in methane. So when we send methane onto this, we will be able to have a reaction and produce methanol. So therefore, what's also really nice with this is that we can repeat this process and continuously form methanol because the copper sites are regenerable. So what I do is to investigate these copper oxosites and try to find out what makes them work, what is the problems, and optimize the amount of methanol that we can form with this process. And by doing so, I hope to be able to stop the flaring and instead form products that we can use in our everyday lives. Thank you.
Thanks to all. And can you put up the slide for the mentee, please, on the screen? Perfect. So now all of you can come up and stand below your name so that they can remember who gave each pitch or solution or contribution or thought. And then you can pick up your cell phones, and also everybody at home can vote. You go to www.mentee.com and use the code 95128561, and you can vote for one of the students. So, while you're voting, I would like to thank you, to thank Henning, and to thank everybody who has contributed today. And I hope we've managed to lift you up a bit before Jørgen is going to talk with Jeffrey Sachs and maybe take us a bit down to earth again after the break. It's been a big pleasure for UIO Energy and also for MIT Club of Norway to collaborate with BA on this project. So thank you, Marit, and thank you, everybody. I'm going to leave the time for voting for a bit longer because it takes a bit of time to log in. Yeah. So you will give us instructions for the break?
I will take this opportunity to give some instructions and do some logistics. First of all, really great fun. I have, when we made this, it was sort of, am I allowed to say this? It was sort of an idea that sprang to mind that as the setup sort of developed, it became clear that we are starting with a relatively angry white old man, and we are going to end the day in conversation with another relatively angry white old man. So in between, these are the youths that are going to give us hope and inspiration for the future. They are students, that's all true. I also think that it's worth noting that when we stretch out hands to the even younger students who are in full-time education here and in Oslo, they couldn't because they have their exams. So it's a really good reason and valid reason not to be here, but it also says something about the way that we structure our society and our days, so that it's difficult to find out what is the most important thing, which is this, of course. But I would like to say we are going to have a film showing, a YouTube clip, and in order for this to happen, you have to be back in your seats at 8:02. That's when we are starting the film. And what is going to happen is that we will all look at the same YouTube clip where Jeffrey Sachs is talking to the UN Food World Summit last year. He's relatively direct. I think that he doesn't have any manuscript in this clip. It is a chance for us to listen to one of the things that he's saying without him actually having to spend time now to do it. He's very clear, and you as an audience can ask questions to him on Slido as we've done. I've cleared the history, so it's now blank, so please ask all your questions there. And then we have allotted until 25 past with him. This is a person who's relatively sort of stretched for time. So that's why I hope to see you back here in your seats at 10:02, so we start the film at 8:02. And then maybe it's time to...
If you haven't voted, do it now. 10 seconds. 10, 9. We can play Eurovision song contest here. Can we have the votes from... So... Øystein? The winner is Matthew. But I must say that you're all winners, and Matthew will have a gift card where he can enjoy food at several of Oslo's organic and sustainable restaurants with friends.
Hi, Jeff, can you see me?
I don't see you, but I hear you.
Okay, then we start. I am Jørgen Randers.
Now I see you.
No,
now
you see
I see
me.
you.
Fine.
Yes.
I'm Jørgen. We last met in Beijing, I think several years ago. I heard your wonderful intervention at the World Food Summit, which we have just played to our audience here. This is
Thank you.
with I love it, basically, and the audience looked a little shocked, you know, at another old man like me, you know, saying even crazier things than I normally say. So we are gathered here. This is a meeting celebrating the fact that the Limits to Growth book, which I participated in writing, is 50 years old, and that we are in the process of producing the new Limits to Growth book that will appear on the 1st of September with a new model and the whole schmear. So that's why we're here. And we thought it was appropriate, according to the lady who runs this meeting, that since we started with one angry old man, Jørgen, who is 76, you know, white, you know, and totally inappropriate, we should then end with another angry man who is somewhat younger, but still, you know, is at it. And then to save you giving the talk, we just played the tape, and it worked beautifully. So people here are probably going to ask you questions. I will start by basically asking the question that I am being asked all the time. You know, how in the world do you manage to keep your spirits up? I mean, you have worked on this for like 40 years. I have worked for this like 50 years. I'm still smiling, although inside I'm pretty desperate. You seem to be doing the same thing. So how in the world do you manage to, you know, get up in the morning and write 15 papers and give 2 talks every day?
Jørgen, thank you. Thanks to all of you. And congratulations on the 50th birthday of Limits to Growth. For me, it's also a 50th anniversary because exactly 50 years ago, I started undergraduate education, and the first technical book that I was assigned 50 years ago was Limits to Growth. And so this was my start. But I have to tell you the truth about that particular episode, which was that I was in introductory economics, Ec 10 at Harvard University, Harvard College, and I read the book. And I was very impressed. And then my teacher, my professor said, don't take it seriously. It's just not right. You see, it's a book about scarcity, but it doesn't have prices in it. And as economists, we know that as something becomes scarce, its price will rise. And that will lead to some substitution and some different technologies. So don't take this book too seriously. And then she explained to us that, by the way, this book was written using a model made at MIT. Now, I was at Harvard. MIT is down the road a couple of miles. To be made at MIT was not a popular thing for Harvard professors. And so the implication was a double reason not to take it seriously. But you know, it's a remarkable contribution. First of all, most importantly, it was right. And that is a stunning fact for almost any socioeconomic study, that 50 years later, one can say it was right. In fact, I'm sure that your new edition will plot some of the curves and the projections from the 1972 study, and there is an uncanny correspondence of the 1972 study with the troubles that we are in now. I don't think the climate part was well understood in 1972, but the basic point of limits to growth, that continued material resource use at an exponential rate on a finite planet was bound to lead to tremendous stress. And one can add, now that I understand a little more economics 50 years on, the fact that the critical resources are not properly priced in a market system meant that what I was told by my professor was not exactly accurate. We don't have, of course you do in Norway, but we don't in the United States and in most of the world have a price on carbon. We are not being driven, as was predicted, to a zero carbon economy because of rising marginal damage costs internalized in the market system. And so the message of the book was startling. It was historic. It did change understanding and the direction of a considerable amount of thought, even a massive onslaught of UN verbiage and treaties and meetings and so forth. But as Jørgen says, it has not really decisively changed the direction of the planet. I think the only reason for optimism and the smiles is that when you have both evidence of what to do and you have the means to do these things, and as I said in that short clip, you have the financing so many times over that it's not an issue of real resource scarcity or lack of technology. There's no reason to be forlorn. We just have to understand how hard it is to gain cooperation and understanding in our world. And I've spent basically 50 years trying to understand myself why it's so hard to cooperate. And there's a lot that's known about that. There are strategic dilemmas. There are prisoners' dilemmas. There are tragedies of the commons. There are behavioral, evolutionary mindsets. But we have the capacity, even there, to overcome our instincts and apply our rationality. And that's why, Jørgen, it's frustrating, but I'm not in despair. Actually, I'm probably naively optimistic each day that truth is somehow going to dawn on more and more people in the world, and we're actually going to get this done somehow, despite our politicians, despite our wars, despite the corruption of our political systems. We're actually going to get this done because there's every reason to get it done.
That's wonderful to hear, and that's, of course, I'm at it because what else is there to do? You know, if we partly succeed, the world will be a little less bad in the future than it would otherwise be. I have one question to you. I have ended up basically believing that the reason why things are so slow is that they are not, what the world needs is not profitable from the investor point of view. Consequently, the market, as you said in your statement, will not solve the problem unaided. And the simplest way in the world as it exists is, of course, to try to manipulate the market, you know, through regulation, through subsidies, through taxes. But that in turn, of course, requires a relatively strong and well-functioning state. And since most people are against the state and against more taxes and against more regulation, we are in a way in a difficult situation where I very quickly then get asked to, you know, what are the alternatives to a market solution and what are the alternatives to having a government elected by short-term people who then give them long-term powers so they could actually, you know, do something about it. So what are your comments to this type of hopeless impasse?
Let me start out with one observation. I spend every day, morning till night, working on the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. I call them the social democratic goals, also SDGs. I believe basically that the social democratic ethos, which is now about 150 years old in conception and about 100 years old in practice in Scandinavia, actually shows us the kind of mixed society, markets, government, civil society, that by and large can make things work. Now, that's my optimistic view from the outside. I hope you won't dissuade me too much. But in Scandinavia, taxation is 50% of GDP. In Norway, government revenues are even a little bit higher. In Sweden, a little bit lower because I think they've gotten off the social democratic path a little too much in my view. But basically, society over a course of roughly 60 years from the 1920s to the 1980s built a kind of consensus around a state that provides core social services, health, education, family support, decent infrastructure. And that is the basis on which we can build a broader agenda of sustainable development. The United States operates on a very different ideology, as you know. We are the heirs and the leaders of the Anglo-Saxon ideology, which is the ideology of selfishness. It is an ideology. It goes back to Hobbes, Locke, Hume, Smith. The ideology is that people are inherently selfish. They are not collective or communal. Given that selfishness needs to be harnessed by market forces or by competition. And so the idea of the Anglo-Saxon world is that people are naturally selfish, self-interested, individualistic, but that even those individual self-interest can lead to the social good through the miracle of the invisible hand. Well, it's an extraordinarily naive idea, and it was the idea that my professor was teaching me 50 years ago. It's empirically wrong. It's also wrong from a psychological, scientific point of view. It's wrong from an evolutionary, psychological point of view. It's wrong from an ethical, philosophical point of view. It is what it is, though. The Anglo-Saxon world's a pretty strange world. The UK and the US have been the two most violent countries actually in modern world history, in my take. Britain beat up everyone it could for 150 years. And then the United States said, now it's our turn. I mention this because I'm really unhappy about NATO and about the Ukraine war and about even your Jens Stoltenberg being so happy about Sweden and Finland joining NATO. I regard all of this as American-led wrong-headedness in a war that should never have taken place, because NATO should never have even dreamt of enlarging to Ukraine, which is vital for Russia's security, not as part of a Russian empire, but not to be occupied by an American empire. And this is what's happening right now, by the way. I'm sorry to digress, but this is on my mind. You have to understand, the Anglo-Saxons, it's a strange, strange world and a strange ideology, and it's an ideology of power. And Putin is not the only one driven by power. That's another expansionist power. But the United States is a mind-bogglingly expansionist power. It started out as small colonies on the eastern seaboard of North America, and it killed every Native American nation all the way to the Pacific coast. And then it said, now it's time for our global empire. And we haven't stopped. And the US wants to lead NATO into a two-front confrontation, not only with Russia, but also with China. So I would please ask your Prime Minister, who I'm a great fan of, please, let's have some Scandinavian wisdom in this. Calm down and tell your Anglo-Saxon friends, we don't need war on a global scale right now. We need sustainable development. We need to redirect our energies to this. We could even make peace with Putin, actually, by saying that NATO will not enlarge to Ukraine. And the United States is unwilling to say this because they want to enlarge to Ukraine. And this is why this war happened. Sorry to say it. Oh, my Ukrainian friends hate me for saying it. The Americans hate me for saying it. It just happens to be the truth. So I just wanted to emphasize that.
I'm absolutely delighted to have the pat on the back for the social democratic goals. When I travel the world and give high-level advice like you do with a smile, I always ask the progressive hosts to do the Norway test. This means that if they have some type of social democratic idea or some idea to solving something, I ask them to please call Norway, and then not say, have you ever tried this policy? You should rather ask, when you tried this policy, what happened in the short term and what happened in the long term? And the beauty of the Norwegian or the Scandinavian laboratory for social policy in the world is that we have done most things that others dream about, and we know, sadly, about the fact that most of these things do not work, which is a secret which is being kept. But when you look at the inability of the 5 million Norwegian people who are the stinking richest person on the surface of the earth, living in a well-organized society with a petroleum fund containing 4 GDPs. These guys aren't even able to start reducing the production of coal, oil and gas, of which we live handsomely. And of course, all the other things. I will say hello to Mr. Stoltenberg and to Mr. Støre and tell you, what you said, because I wholeheartedly agree. So this is good message. What is our time? 2 minutes. Fine. Anyone who would like to ask a question? Which one? Read loud. Is there a good one? Yeah. Okay, fine. So there is one question, Jeff, on the slide here. It says, how can UN reform happen when the Security Council is outdated and in a gridlock? So how can...
Let me say a couple of things about that quickly. First, the biggest shortcoming of the Security Council is the underrepresentation of Asia. So the Security Council is 15 seats, 5 permanent members, 10 rotating members, and Asia has 3 seats. It has 1 permanent seat, China, and it has 2 rotating seats. So it has 20% of the seats on the Security Council, 1/5, but the Asian population is about 60% of the world. And so this is the single biggest problem. And the most glaring, if we continue to be organized on a country basis, the single most glaring missing member of the Security Council is India, of course, with 1.4 billion people and without a Security Council seat. There's another issue, of course, which is that we probably should not be organized by countries, but by regions, because there are 2 aspects to that. One is that we need regional integration for solving any of our sustainable development challenges. And therefore, inter-regional cooperation is also a vehicle for making global governance work more effectively. So I would like to see, say, the European Union or ASEAN or African Union be represented on the Security Council rather than individual countries. That's a second issue. The third point, though, is that, of course, in negotiating the United Nations, which was a brilliant contribution by our really great US president, our best US president, I think in history, was Franklin Roosevelt. And this is the fruits of his greatness. Sorry, I'm just being pushed to another place, and I'll have to end in a moment. But as you know very well, the 5 permanent members put a veto on any change that each one can exercise. So we're also stuck. We're stuck for another reason, by the way, which is that every aspiring country to the Security Council has neighbors that don't want its neighbor to be on the Security Council. So if Brazil seeks a seat, Argentina doesn't want it to have a seat. If Japan seeks a seat, China doesn't want it to have a seat, and so on, or Korea. So I would like to see global governance move to regional level for properly addressing regional sustainable development challenges, and to inter-regional level for maintaining global peace. I would pretend that I have the solution of how to get there, and then say, but I don't have time to tell you. But the truth is nobody knows how to get out of this gridlock right now. My main theory of change in general is I dream of writing books like Limits to Growth that can help to show the way, because this is, as thinkers, what we can do. We can help point out better ways. So I am trying to put forward improved models of global governance. I think it's crucial, but I have to say the real politics of getting from here to there without an intervening disaster is not simple at all. So we're going to all have to pitch in and be creative on that.
Good. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Perfect. Ja, så det finns andra deprimerade äldre män. Det är ju hyggligt att se. Så vi må nog gå över, skifte nu aldersgruppe i dessa mötena, tror jag, och gå över till Per Espen. Alltså de yngre, och så får du finna en tillsvarande internationell berömthet som då fortsatt menar att det är lätt att lösa problemet. Da kan jeg avslutte konferansen, siden jeg en såkalt gjest. Det forferdelig hyggelig å se at det så mange mennesker som melder seg på denne typen ting. Da Per Espen og jeg startet denne typen ting i år 2000, det nå altså 22 år siden, Per Espen kom og sa at nå burde vi gjøre noe for å redde verden på BI. Jeg sa BI, altså selv om jeg rektor på denne skolen, eller var, ikke sant? Så dette ikke stedet å begynne med grønne greier. Altså, dette ikke... Så nå vi kommet 22 år down the line, og det hjelper jo. Altså, dette synes jo Grønn vekstkonferansen da, til Per Espen og nå organisert av Marit, synes jo faktisk å være et samlingssted da, for folk med denne typen vanvittige ideer. Det synd at vi ikke kan i enda sterkere grad markedsføre en løsning som vi kunne prøve å dytte på dere, men det ikke sånn som Per Espen og Marit vil ha det. De vil at det skal komme nedenifra, og det skal være desentralisert, det skal ikke være autoritære gamle menn som liksom på en måte peker veien. Dette skal komme gjennom han som vant. Det skal være nettverking. Altså at hans løsning vinner når det 9 andre ganske konkrete gode ideer, veldig symptomatisk for at jeg nå melder meg av. Så dette sånn som det Men tusen takk for at dere var her. Tusen takk for at dere deltok. Og vær så snill å komme tilbake til neste år.